Pause, right here. Do not scroll. Do not look away. For heaven itself has interrupted your timeline to deliver this word to you. You may think you just stumbled here by coincidence, but nothing in your life has ever been random. God has pressed pause on everything around you because this message cannot wait. You feel it in your spirit already, the weight, the trembling, the undeniable pull. This is not just another voice on a screen. This is the sound of eternity breaking into your ordinary moment. The sudden pause of heaven is not a dream, not an illusion, not a passing feeling. It is divine orchestration. You are not here by mistake. From the moment you were formed in the secret place, a seal was set upon you. While others blended into the crowd, heaven whispered over you, "This one is mine." And so, you never fully fit in. You never truly found peace in the world's ways. Deep down, you always knew you were different. The sudden pause of heaven comes now as a reminder, you are chosen. Chosen one. Think back to the nights you could not sleep. Think back to the moments you cried silently, wondering if anyone saw, wondering if anyone cared. The world may have overlooked you, but heaven never missed a tear. Even now, angels carry the memory of your cries before the throne of God. Those cries became the incense that summoned this interruption. The Spirit of God wants you to hear this. Your life is not ordinary, and the time for delay has ended. Heaven will not allow you to drift any longer. You are at a moment of awakening, a turning point that demands your attention. Listen carefully. Your steps are being ordered right now. You've been sensing it, that unease, that stirring, that feeling that something in your life must shift. That was not anxiety. That was not confusion. That was not coincidence. That was heaven knocking at the door of your soul. And today, heaven has stopped you in your tracks because your destiny cannot afford another day of slumber. You have tried to silence the stirring, to drown it out with distractions. But the call only grows louder. It follows you into the quiet moments, into the stillness of the night, whispering that there is more, urging you to rise. This is not imagination. It is heaven's alarm clock ringing in your spirit. Chosen one. Every delay has already cost you too much. Now is the time to stand, to step, to move without fear. There are people connected to your obedience. When you hesitate, their breakthrough is delayed. When you step forward, chains fall not only from you, but from others assigned to your life. You were never chosen just for yourself. Heaven marked you as a deliverer, a light bearer, a living testimony. Your awakening is the key that unlocks freedom for many. That is why the battles were intense, because your rising is not ordinary. It shifts entire bloodlines and generations. And now, the Spirit makes it undeniable. Signs around you confirm it. The patterns, the repeated numbers, the prophetic whispers that will not leave you alone. Chosen one. Heaven's hand is heavy upon you because the time has matured. The door is open before you, but it will not stay open forever. To delay is to risk losing what is appointed for you. To obey is to walk into prepared promises. The choice is urgent, and the choice is now. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 13, verse 11. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we believed. This scripture is not history to you. It is present reality. You are hearing it because heaven is shaking you awake. Think of it like this. When a soldier is chosen for a mission, the commander does not ask permission. The commander interrupts, commands, directs, and sends. You, chosen one, are a soldier in heaven's army. And this interruption is your commander calling you to attention. Maybe you have wondered why the attacks against your life were so heavy, why the betrayal cut so deep, why the rejection hurt so much. It is because the enemy always sees what is marked before the person themselves recognizes it. You were targeted not because you are weak, but because you carry weight. The darkness always fears what heaven has sealed. But today, heaven says enough. You will no longer live beneath the weight of confusion. You will no longer apologize for the light you carry. You will no longer delay in answering the call. This is your moment. The sudden pause of heaven is the doorway into your new season. I need you to hear this clearly. The very fact that you are listening is proof that you are alive for a reason. You could have been lost. You could have been destroyed. But you are still here. And because you are still here, the assignment of heaven is still active on your life. Chosen one. Type it into the comments as a prophetic act. 999. That number is a seal, a declaration, a witness that you are stepping into divine completion and heavenly urgency. Do not hesitate. Do not wait until later. Mark your obedience now by writing 999. And while you are here, let this message not end with you. If this word resonates, if you feel heaven's interruption, then share it, like it, and subscribe to stay connected. You are part of a remnant, and your voice, your action, your obedience multiplies the impact of this moment. Beloved chosen one, heaven paused for you. Do not let this pause be wasted. The King of Glory has spoken. You are chosen. You are sealed. And your time is now. Chosen one, as you stand in the aftermath of heaven's sudden pause, a revelation stirs within you. You were marked from the very beginning. Before you could speak a word, before you could walk a step, before you even opened your eyes to see the light of this world, you were already sealed with purpose. This truth is not something you earn, not something you stumble into by chance. It is written in the eternal script of God. You have always felt it, haven't you? Even in childhood, the sense that you were not like the others around you. You laughed when they laughed, played when they played. But something in you was set apart. While others dreamed of ordinary futures, something in you whispered of a destiny beyond the ordinary. You couldn't explain it, and at times you wished it would leave you alone. But the mark never faded. It was imprinted into the core of your being. The mark of heaven has always attracted attention. To some, it drew admiration. To others, irritation. People could not quite place why they responded to you the way they did. Some respected you without knowing why, while others resented you for no reason. But the truth is simple. The seal of God is undeniable, and both light and darkness recognize it. Where you go, atmospheres shift. Even if you say nothing, chosen one. That is why the enemy fought you before you even understood who you were. The battles that came so early in your life were not random. They were assignments sent to discourage you, to crush the seed before it sprouted, to break the vessel before it carried its oil. The adversary recognized the divine marking before you did. and his only hope was to distort your reflection so you would doubt the truth about yourself. Think back to the moments when you questioned your worth, the voices that said, "You're not enough," or "You'll never make it." Do you remember how relentless they were? That was not mere insecurity. It was spiritual warfare aimed at your identity. For if the chosen one doubts who they are, they will abandon their calling before it even begins. But heaven did not allow your identity to be stolen, even in the fog, even in the storms. The seal remained. It was not only opposition that marked your life, but also divine interventions you did not always recognize. Think of the times you were spared from accidents, the moments you survived, what should have destroyed you, the sudden doors that opened when all seemed shut. These were not coincidences, they were evidence of the hand that set you apart. The mark has always been visible in the unseen realm, and God's providence has surrounded you because of it. Sometimes the mark felt like a burden. You wondered why your path seemed harder, why friendships dissolved, why you couldn't just live carelessly like others. You watched others walk freely in compromise while you felt conviction weigh heavily on your spirit. This is the evidence of being chosen. The ordinary chains that bind others cannot hold you without your soul groaning in protest. You are too marked to fit comfortably into what is not aligned with heaven. Chosen one. There is a mystery in your story. Everything that seemed to push you away from comfort was actually positioning you for destiny. Every rejection became redirection. Every delay became preparation. Every battle became training. You thought you were being overlooked, but in truth, you were being hidden, shielded from premature exposure, reserved for a greater unveiling. This is why you must not despise the journey you have walked. The scars you carry are not signs of failure, but proof of survival. Each one is a testimony that the seal of God upon you could not be erased. What the enemy intended to use as evidence of your disqualification, heaven now uses as evidence of your consecration. You are marked for influence that extends beyond what you can see. Even when you feel small, your life ripples into realms you cannot measure. Your words carry weight. Your presence disrupts atmospheres. Your obedience shifts the course of others. The mark is not ornamental, it is functional. It equips you to carry the purposes of God into the earth in ways no one else can. There are moments when the weight of being marked feels heavy, when you wish you could simply blend into the crowd, but blending was never an option for you. From the beginning, heaven distinguished you. This distinction is not meant to isolate you, but to align you. You are not marked to stand alone in despair, but to stand apart in authority. Chosen one. Consider the lineage of those who came before you, prophets, leaders, voices that shook generations. Every one of them bore the same experience, marked before they understood it, fought before they embraced it, elevated when the time was ripe. You are part of that continuum. Your name may not yet be known widely, but in heaven's record, your identity has already been proclaimed. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you, in the womb I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Appointed prophet to nations. These words echo not only through Jeremiah's story, but through yours. The same God who marked him has marked you, not for ordinary existence, but for extraordinary assignment. Do not measure your worth by the world's standards. The seal upon you is eternal, and it cannot be removed by human opinion. Those who misunderstand you cannot alter what heaven has decreed. Those who reject you cannot cancel what God has sealed. Your destiny is not subject to their approval. It is secured in the authority of the one who chose you from the very beginning. Beloved chosen one, this truth is not given to inflate your pride, but to anchor your identity. You are marked not because of your strength, but because of God's purpose. The seal is not a trophy, but a responsibility. And as you walk forward, you will discover that the weight you carry is also the glory you reveal. So lift your head. The mark that once made you question yourself will soon become the reason you walk boldly. The very thing that made you different will become the source of your strength. You are marked. You are chosen. And you are sealed from the beginning until the end. Chosen one. Now, we step deeper into the unveiling of your story. Heaven wants you to see the unseen archives of your tears. Every silent cry, every whispered prayer, every groan of your spirit when no one else was near. The truth is staggering. Not one drop of your sorrow has ever gone unnoticed. Heaven has bottled them, recorded them, remembered them. And now heaven declares that none of it was wasted. You may have thought those nights of weeping were forgotten, that your suffering dissolved into the silence of time. But you must understand, tears are never wasted in the kingdom of God. They are seeds that water the soil of your destiny. Every time you thought you were breaking apart, heaven was collecting the fragments, weaving them into testimony, shaping them into strength. There is power in remembering this truth. When you recall those times of pain, you do not collapse in despair. Instead, you rise in recognition that God was nearer than you realized. Even in the seasons when you felt abandoned, you were actually being held. Even when you thought heaven was silent, your cries were echoing in chambers unseen. Consider how much opposition fought you in secret. Depression tried to consume you. Anxiety tried to paralyze you. Hopelessness tried to suffocate you. Yet here you are, still breathing, still listening, still walking. That is not weakness, that is evidence of divine preservation. The mark upon you preserved you through storms that should have drowned you. You need to know this. Your survival is not accidental. There is divine purpose attached to the fact that you are still here. Every tear cried in the dark became a testimony waiting for the light. Every pain endured in silence became strength, forged in fire. Heaven recorded it all, because heaven intends to redeem it all. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 56, verse 8, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." This is not metaphor alone, it is spiritual reality. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. Chosen one. You must let this truth pierce your heart. When you thought no one would understand, the Creator of the universe was watching, listening, recording. The pain you endured was not just endured, it was stored as proof of your faithfulness, as material for your testimony, as evidence of your endurance. What man ignored, heaven treasured. And now, there comes a shift. The very tears that marked your past are being transformed into oil that will anoint your future. Oil does not flow without pressing. Light does not shine without fire. Glory does not emerge without groaning. Every groan, every sigh, every hidden ache is now being redeemed. This is why the enemy tried to convince you to give up in those secret battles. He feared not just your survival, but your testimony. He knew that if you lived to see this day, your story would no longer be about pain alone, but about power. You are stepping into the season where your scars will shine with glory instead of shame. Chosen one. Think of Joseph weeping in prison, David crying in caves, Hannah groaning in the temple. None of their tears were wasted. Each one became the foundation for a greater unveiling. And just like them, your hidden tears are now being revealed as the hidden evidence of your calling. You did not endure in vain. Your struggles were not meaningless. You were being refined, not rejected. Heaven allowed your tears not as punishment, but as preparation. Each one was counted, and each one is now becoming a key that unlocks new doors. You may ask, but why so much pain? Why so much struggle? Because, beloved chosen one, oil only flows under crushing, diamonds only form under pressure, warriors only rise after battles. And you, marked from the beginning, were destined not for shallow victories, but for deep authority. Your tears are proof that you have walked through depths most will never understand. And that is why your destiny carries such weight. The transformation begins now. What once felt like weakness becomes your strength. What once looked like defeat becomes your triumph. The testimony rising from your life will not only inspire others, but terrify the enemy who failed to destroy you. You are walking proof that no attack can erase the seal of God. Pause here and recognize what this means. If heaven has remembered every tear, then heaven has also prepared restoration for every sorrow. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is lost. The restoration will not always come in the same form as what was taken, but it will always exceed in glory. Beloved, this is why your story matters. Your life is not only for you. Your testimony will ignite others. Your breakthrough will unlock faith in those around you. The tears that once isolated you will become the bridge that connects you to countless souls who need your light. And so I call you to respond right now with an act of faith. Type these words into the comments. I hear you, Lord. These 4 words are not empty. They are a declaration. They are your agreement with heaven's reminder that your pain was never in vain. When you write it, you are telling both heaven and hell that you acknowledge the mark. You remember the promise, and you accept the transformation. By typing, I hear you, Lord, you declare that you are not deaf to heaven's voice. You are not blind to heaven's hand. You are not numb to heaven's plan. This simple act becomes a seal that you are stepping forward, no longer ashamed of the tears, but grateful for the oil they produced. Chosen one, lift your spirit in this truth. Heaven remembers. Your story is holy ground. Your scars are evidence of survival. Your tears are bottled, treasured, and now poured back as strength. Nothing has been wasted. Every moment has meaning. And as you walk forward, you will see the glory that was hidden within your sorrow. Chosen one, the time has come to uncover what most never see: the hidden battles that shaped you. These were not the fights others could observe, not the conflicts that made headlines in your family or your friendships. No, these were the wars fought in silence, where your heart was the battlefield and your mind was the territory under siege. They were the nights when no one was watching, when you felt crushed by pressures invisible to everyone else. Yet it was in those very places that you were trained. Your life has been full of confrontations no one could fully explain. You endured inner wars that raged without warning, storms that no one around you could understand. Outwardly, you may have seemed calm, but inwardly you wrestled with shadows that tried to suffocate your light. It was in those moments of struggle, when your soul groaned under invisible weight, that heaven began to forge you. The hidden battles were never wasted. They were classrooms, shaping the warrior you were destined to become. You wondered why the heaviness followed you, why temptations pressed so hard, why confusion seemed to swirl relentlessly. Others seemed to move freely without the same level of opposition. But here is the truth. Opposition is proportionate to assignment. The greater the call, the greater the conflict. The intensity of your secret battles was not a sign of weakness, but of worth. The adversary only invests heavily against those who are dangerous to his schemes. Do you remember the thoughts that came like arrows? The whispers that told you to quit, to settle, to give in. Those whispers were strategic lies. They came to erode your faith, to make you doubt your identity. The enemy hoped to bury you under the weight of despair before you realized the depth of your calling. But he failed. You may have bent, but you did not break. You may have wept, but you did not surrender. Every hidden battle you endured became a secret victory in heaven's eyes. Chosen one. Heaven saw how you fought. When no one else applauded, heaven recorded. When you felt unseen, the angels witnessed. They watched as you fought against addiction, against shame, against loneliness, against hopelessness. They saw you wrestle with fear and yet rise again in faith. These victories may not have been celebrated by men, but they became crowns stored up for you in eternity. You may not realize it yet, but every hidden battle trained you for visibility. Every silent war prepared you for leadership. You could not be entrusted with influence without first being proven in obscurity. This is heaven's way. The deepest battles produce the strongest warriors. Before David could slay Goliath before a crowd, he first had to conquer the lion and the bear when no one was watching. Likewise, your private struggles were the proving grounds for your public assignment. The hidden battles also revealed what could not stay in your life. Relationships that broke under the pressure were exposed for what they were. Habits that could not withstand the fire were stripped away. The refining process was painful, but it was necessary. What remains now is not weakness, but resilience. You have been refined like gold, tested in the furnace of affliction, and heaven has found you faithful. Chosen one. There is something powerful about understanding the weight of silence. Silence is not absence. Silence is not abandonment. Silence was where your training took place. When heaven seemed quiet, God was sharpening you. When answers felt delayed, your endurance was being stretched. The lack of outward affirmation created inner roots of strength. You may not have understood it at the time, but you are beginning to see now. Those hidden battles were never punishment. They were preparation. Let your heart rest in this truth. Nothing in your struggle was wasted. Every sleepless night, every anxious thought, every private cry, all of it has been woven into the tapestry of your destiny. Heaven takes what the enemy meant for destruction and turns it into construction. You are not just surviving, you are becoming. Every scar is a certificate of authenticity, proof that you endured training reserved only for the chosen. Think of the stories etched in scripture. Elijah, alone under the broom tree, wrestling with despair. Job, crying in the ashes, misunderstood by all. Paul, beaten and imprisoned, yet unshaken. These hidden battles are not anomalies. They are the marks of those who carry weighty destinies. You stand in their company, walking a path that echoes the footsteps of those who endured before you. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." This does not minimize your battles. It magnifies the reward they produce. What you carried in secret is birthing a glory that cannot be measured. Chosen one, embrace the reality that you are not the sum of your battles, but the product of your victories. The wars you fought in silence have given you authority. You carry a depth that cannot be faked, a wisdom that cannot be taught in classrooms, a strength that cannot be manufactured. You carry the imprint of heaven's training, and that makes you unshakable in ways others cannot understand. Yes, the hidden battles were painful. They drained you. They stretched you. They pressed you. But now they stand as proof that you are unbreakable. Each time you rose again, heaven celebrated. Each time you pushed forward, you were writing history in the unseen. The darkness trembles because it knows, if you survived that, nothing ahead can stop you. Beloved, take courage in this revelation. You are not disqualified by your hidden struggles. You are qualified through them. You are not diminished by what you endured. You are enlarged by it. Every secret fight has equipped you for visible victory. The hidden training is why you will not collapse when the spotlight comes. You have been made steady, anchored, rooted through battles no one else saw. The journey ahead will reveal why those hidden wars were necessary. Soon, the strength built in obscurity will become the foundation of your influence. Soon, the tears shed in silence will become the oil that anoints others. Soon, the scars you tried to hide will become the testimony that frees captives. And when that unveiling comes, you will know without doubt the hidden battles were worth it. So breathe deeply. Chosen one, rest in the knowledge that the invisible wars have already proven your worth. Heaven has trained you in silence to release you in power. The battles others never saw have made you into the warrior heaven always knew you were. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was lost. Everything has been preparation. Chosen one, let us now look closer at one of the deepest wounds you have carried, the sting of rejection. You have known the ache of being left out, pushed aside, overlooked, misunderstood. It hurt in ways words could not explain. Friends walked away. Family doubted you. Communities closed their doors. Yet through every painful dismissal, heaven was whispering something greater. This is not abandonment. This is redirection. Rejection is a word soaked with heaviness. It feels final, like a stamp of disapproval. But in the hands of God, rejection becomes a tool of preservation. The people who walked out were not strong enough to walk with you into destiny. The opportunities that crumbled were never meant to hold the weight of your calling. Every closed door was actually heaven's way of steering you away from destruction. Think about it. Chosen one. If those doors had opened, you might have been trapped in relationships that drained your spirit. If those people had stayed, you may have been limited by their disbelief. If those opportunities had worked out, you would have settled for less than heaven's best. The rejection you cried over was actually protection you could not yet see. The sting of rejection also served another purpose. It sharpened your ears to hear heaven more clearly. When human voices pushed you away, you were forced to lean into the divine voice. That voice reminded you that your worth is not measured by applause or approval. You belong not because man says so, but because God has already marked you. And this is where your story takes a turn. The very rejection that wounded you is about to become the testimony that lifts you. Because when heaven redirects, heaven also restores. You will look back and see that every no was a preparation for a greater yes. Every departure created space for divine arrivals. Every painful exit set the stage for heavenly entrance. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 21, verse 42, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Do you see it? What was once cast aside is now the foundation. What was overlooked is now essential. What was rejected is now celebrated." Beloved, chosen one, your story echoes this truth. You are the stone they could not use, but heaven has chosen you as a cornerstone. Those who doubted you will witness your rising. Those who dismissed you will see the hand of God upon your life, not to shame them, but to glorify the one who orchestrated every detail. There is no wasted rejection. Even the betrayals that broke you are now being woven into purpose. Even the separations that left you lonely are shaping you into someone unshakable. And when restoration comes, you will not rise bitter, but better. Not hardened, but healed. Your scars will not be symbols of loss, but emblems of survival. Chosen one. Pause here. If this word speaks into your heart, let it not remain hidden. Share this truth with someone who needs to hear it. Because rejection is universal, but redemption is often forgotten. There are countless souls weeping over doors that closed, not realizing those very doors were never meant for them. By simply sharing, you may become the voice that lifts their spirit, the reminder that their story is not ending but beginning anew. And yes, take a moment to like and subscribe if you have not already. Not as a ritual, not as a task, but as a declaration. I will stay connected to words that align me with heaven's truth. It is easy to feel alone in seasons of rejection, but connection to a stream of encouragement keeps your faith alive. Each click is not just support, it is partnership with the message you already feel burning in your heart. Chosen one. Imagine the ripple effect of your obedience. You share this word, and someone at the edge of despair finds hope. You like and engage, and the message reaches farther, touching souls you may never meet in person. You subscribe and remain connected, and your journey continues alongside others, walking the same narrow path. These simple acts become a spiritual echo, multiplying light in a world thick with darkness. But beyond all of this, take comfort in knowing that your rejection story is not your ending. You will rise. You will see the tables turn. And when you stand on the other side, the sting will be replaced by strength. The wound will be replaced by wisdom. The silence will be replaced by songs of victory. Heaven never allows rejection without preparing restoration. Chosen one. Your identity was never in their acceptance. Your destiny was never in their approval. Your worth was never in their applause. The seal upon you is eternal, and nothing, not even rejection, can remove it. You are chosen, appointed, and preserved. Lift your eyes, for the season of bitterness is closing. What once looked like abandonment will soon reveal itself as divine redirection. The stone they rejected is about to shine as the cornerstone, and you, below chosen one, are about to step into the marvelous unfolding of heaven's plan. Chosen one, we stand together now at the edge of a dangerous crossroad. You may not have realized it fully, but your spirit has been sensing the weight of this moment. Life has been tugging you in two directions, one path leading you deeper into destiny, the other tempting you into delay and compromise. This is not just another choice. This is a defining decision. One turn can align you with heaven's design, and the other can spiral you into wasted years. That is why heaven presses you now. Do not ignore the crossroad. At a surface glance, the choices before you may not even look that dramatic. They may appear subtle, whether to stay in that relationship, whether to silence the conviction inside, whether to continue tolerating what you know is destroying your spirit. But the unseen realm magnifies what the natural eye minimizes. What looks like just a little compromise in your mind is in fact a doorway of destruction. What looks like just a small act of obedience is in fact the key that unlocks your calling. You know this tension well. Your heart feels the battle of hesitation. The delay is not only about waiting, it is also about what grows weaker or stronger in the silence. Every time you pause in disobedience, something holy in you loses momentum. Every time you choose obedience, heaven multiplies grace. You are standing at a threshold where decisions are no longer neutral. Every step counts. The Spirit of God is urging you to awaken to this urgency. The crossroad is not just a metaphor, it is the spiritual reality of your life right now. One more step in the wrong direction could blind you to the very destiny you were born for. One more step in the right direction could accelerate you into miracles you never imagined. You are not standing in ordinary time. You are standing in divine appointment. You've already felt the pull. You've noticed the repeated patterns, the inner restlessness, the dreams, the sudden convictions that hit you at random times. These were not coincidences, they were heaven's alarms. God has been preparing you for this very moment, so that when the crossroad came, you would recognize it. Do not mistake silence for absence. Just because heaven does not shout, does not mean heaven is not speaking. The whispers you have felt, the nudges you have ignored, were all part of the preparation. And now, the volume has been raised, because the choice before you cannot be delayed any longer. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19, "This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live." Do you feel the weight of these words? They are not poetry, they are reality. Your choice does not only affect you, it ripples into generations. Chosen one, understand this. Your obedience is bigger than you. When you choose life, when you step into alignment, you are breaking curses, rewriting family stories, planting seeds that your children and your children's children will harvest. But if you choose rebellion, you risk extending cycles of pain, prolonging chains that could have ended with you. The crossroad is not just about you, it is about lineage. You may feel the temptation to procrastinate, to say, "I'll choose later. I'll obey later. I'll surrender later." But later is not promised. Delay is disobedience dressed in patience. Heaven does not wait forever. When mercy keeps knocking and is continually ignored, eventually it withdraws. And when mercy steps back, the consequence rushes in. That is why this crossroad carries such urgency. Do not think you are alone in this. Every chosen one in history faced their own crossroad. Moses had to decide whether to stay in Pharaoh's palace or lead a nation. Esther had to choose between hiding her identity or risking her life to save her people. Jesus himself stood in Gethsemane, wrestling with the weight of obedience. The crossroad is the proving ground of every destiny, and now it is yours. Your heart may be trembling as you hear this, because deep down, you already know the area heaven is pressing on. That secret compromise, that unhealthy connection, that hidden rebellion, it is all coming to light. God is not exposing you to shame you. God is exposing you to save you. The conviction you feel right now is not condemnation, it is invitation. Heaven is pleading, choose life. And here, chosen one, is where I ask you to respond. Not with silence, not with hesitation, but with a prophetic act of agreement. Write this number in the comments, 444. This is not random. 4 is the number of stability, foundation, and divine order. By writing 444, you are declaring, I choose to build on the solid rock. I choose divine order over chaos. I choose alignment with heaven's foundation. Do not underestimate the power of this act. When you type 444, you are not just interacting with a message on a screen. You are making a covenant statement. You are aligning your heart and your will with the path of life. You are telling the unseen realm that you refuse to wander. You refuse to delay. You refuse to collapse under the weight of indecision. You choose life. You choose alignment. You choose God's way. Chosen one. The crossroad is real, and the time is now. The doors of destiny are swinging open, but only for those who step boldly into obedience. Do not stand frozen in hesitation. Do not linger at the fork of indecision. Lift your eyes, strengthen your heart, and step forward. Heaven is watching. Generations are waiting, and your destiny is calling. The path of obedience may look narrow. It may feel costly, but it leads to life. The path of compromise may look easier. It might promise comfort, but it leads to destruction. Today, heaven sets both before you. Today, you must choose. And as you do, know this, you are not stepping alone. The same God who marked you from the beginning now walks beside you. The same Spirit who convicted you will empower you. The same Savior who carried the cross now strengthens you to carry yours. Do not be afraid. Chosen one. Do not be swayed by fear, by shame, by what others may think. Your crossroad is holy ground. Stand, decide, and declare life, obedience, destiny. Chosen one. As you stand firm at the crossroad, another sobering truth emerges. There comes a point when mercy steps back. This is not a message to frighten you, but to awaken you to the seriousness of divine timing. God is merciful. Yes, slow to anger, abundant in love, patient with his children. But his patience is not permission, and his mercy is not endless indulgence. There comes a moment when continued rebellion invites consequences no prayer can erase. You have felt it before, the gentle tug of conviction, the quiet voice urging you to stop, to turn, to yield. You know what it is like to feel the weight of heaven pressing on your spirit, pulling you away from destruction. That tug is mercy. But when the tug is resisted too long, it begins to fade. When conviction is ignored, it becomes silence, and silence, chosen one, is more terrifying than any storm. Mercy stepping back is not God abandoning you, it is God honoring your choice. When someone insists on walking a path of rebellion, He does not chain them to righteousness. He gives them over to what they demand. Even though his heart aches, the most chilling judgment is not always fire from heaven or sudden catastrophe. Sometimes it is simply when God says, "Have it your way." Oh, this reality explains why disobedience feels easier after repeated resistance. The first time you cross a line, conviction pierces like fire. The second time, it feels a little duller. By the third or fourth time, it hardly stings. This is not freedom. This is fading. It is the evidence that mercy is stepping back, and if it withdraws too far, blindness sets in, leaving the soul unable to even perceive its own danger. Chosen one. This is why heaven urges you so urgently. It is not because God delights in threats, but because He knows the cost of rebellion. The adversary's greatest trick is to convince you that delay is harmless, that compromise is minor, that disobedience is trivial. But each step further hardens the heart. Each refusal makes it harder to return. Mercy is a gift, but it is not cheap. Do you remember Pharaoh in Egypt? Time after time, Moses declared God's will. Time after time, Pharaoh hardened his heart. At first it was stubbornness. Eventually it became judgment. His heart became so resistant that he could no longer bend even if he wanted to. This is the danger of ignored mercy. What begins as rebellion ends as ruin. And yet, for you, chosen one, there is still hope. The very fact that you are listening now is proof that mercy has not stepped back fully. The tug you feel, even in these words, is evidence that heaven still reaches for you. God's patience has stretched far, not because He is weak, but because His love for you is fierce. He desires that none should perish, that no destiny should be lost. Do not mistake this moment for ordinary encouragement. It is divine intervention. Heaven is putting a mirror before your soul, showing you where you stand. If you recognize the warning, you are blessed, for it means your heart is still sensitive. The most dangerous place to be is not when conviction stings, but when it no longer speaks. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 1, verse 28. Furthermore, just as they did not think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, so God gave them over to a depraved mind, so that they do what ought not to be done. These words are not for others alone. They are a timeless caution for every heart. To be given over is the ultimate sign of mercy stepping back. But beloved, do not despair. Warnings are invitations, not condemnations. The reason God reveals the danger is so that you can turn before it is too late. Conviction is evidence of hope. The very discomfort you feel is proof that heaven is still fighting for you. Mercy has not abandoned you. It is shaking you awake. This is where perspective shifts. Instead of resenting conviction, embrace it as proof of God's love. He disciplines those He loves. He warns those He has chosen. He interrupts those He refuses to lose. You, chosen one, are being interrupted, not because you are forgotten, but because you are treasured. Think of a shepherd watching over sheep. When one wanders, The shepherd does not scold from a distance. He leaves the 99, pursues the one, and even breaks the leg of the stubborn, if necessary, to protect it from wolves. To the sheep, the breaking feels cruel, but to the shepherd, it is mercy. Better a broken leg in the shepherd's arms than freedom in the jaws of wolves. So it has been with you. The moments when life seemed to collapse, when doors slammed shut, when plans crumbled, many of those were not punishments, but protections. They were heaven's way of preventing you from going too far, of keeping you within reach. The breaking you resented was often the barrier that saved you. Mercy stepping back is a reality. Yes, but so is mercy rushing in. For every story of Pharaoh hardening, there is a story of Nineveh repenting. When Jonah declared judgment, the city fasted, humbled itself, and turned. And what did God do? He relented. He withdrew the destruction. This is the beauty of mercy. When embraced, it restores. When rejected, it withdraws. The choice is yours. Chosen one. Do not let pride deceive you into thinking you can resist indefinitely. Pride is the first fruit of blindness, convincing the heart it still has time. But humility is the doorway of salvation. The moment you bow, the moment you yield, mercy flows again like a river. The door is still open, but it will not remain forever. You stand, therefore, in a holy moment, a moment where heaven is speaking, where eternity leans close, where your destiny trembles on the scale. You have heard of mercy stepping back, but now you are invited to step forward, step into surrender, step into obedience, step into the embrace that has been pursuing you all along. Do not delay. Chosen one. Every heartbeat matters. Every decision echoes. And though the thought of mercy withdrawing is sobering, the reality of mercy embracing is glorious. Today, as you hear his voice, do not harden your heart. Let the warning transform you. Let the conviction guide you. Let the love of God capture you. And when you do, you will discover something astonishing. The same God who warns of mercy stepping back is the same God who runs to embrace you when you turn. He is not standing with folded arms, waiting to punish. He is running with open arms, ready to restore. Chosen one. After the warnings and the weight of mercy's edge, now heaven turns your eyes toward another truth. Your very presence terrifies darkness. You may not even fully understand the light you carry, but the unseen realm recognizes it clearly. Demons tremble not because of your strength, but because of the one who has sealed you. The anointing upon your life is not ordinary. It is disruptive. Wherever you go, atmospheres shift and shadows scatter. From the beginning, darkness has tried to extinguish what shines within you. That is why attacks came so early, so fiercely, and so unexpectedly. The enemy did not fight you because of who you were in the natural, but because of who you are in the spirit. You carried a light that made you a target. Even when you were unaware, the seal was visible in the unseen. Think back to the moments when people reacted strangely to you, either with unexplainable favor or sudden hostility. Have you noticed how some are drawn to you without knowing why, while others dislike you for no reason? This is not random. It is the evidence of light clashing with darkness. Those who hunger for God are drawn to your spirit. Those who resist truth are unsettled by it. Do not confuse opposition with failure. Resistance is proof of authority. The very fact that you face intense battles means you carry intense power. Hell does not waste resources on those who pose no threat. The adversary does not fear the crowd, he fears the chosen. And you, beloved, are chosen. There is an ancient reality woven into Scripture. When light enters, darkness flees. This is not negotiation, it is law. You carry that law within you because the Spirit of the living God resides in you. That means every time you walk into a room, the unseen realm adjusts. Darkness trembles. Not because you shout or display outward force, but because of the quiet, unstoppable authority sealed within you. This is why you often feel tension in environments others consider normal. You walk into gatherings, workplaces, or circles and feel heaviness others cannot sense. That heaviness is not your imagination, it is your discernment. You are sensitive to what others ignore because your spirit has been tuned to heaven's frequency. You pick up on undercurrents of darkness because you were never designed to live blind. Chosen one. Do not resent this sensitivity. It is not a curse but a gift. You see what others overlook because you are meant to confront it, disarm it, and shift it. The light you carry is not passive, it is active. It searches, reveals, and dismantles. The reason you often feel different in rooms is because you are different. You are a carrier of heaven's authority. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. This was not just a challenge to the people of Israel, it was a confrontation of darkness itself. When Elijah stood, the forces of Baal trembled. The same spirit that empowered him empowers you. Your presence forced decision. When you walk in truth, others must confront their lies. When you carry purity, others must face their corruption. When you shine light, shadows are exposed. This is why some have resisted you. Not because you did wrong, but because your rightness revealed their wrong. Do not shrink back to make others comfortable. You were not chosen to blend in, but to stand out. Understand this. Beloved, you are not carrying borrowed light. You are carrying implanted light. The spirit within you is not temporary, not fragile, not dependent on moods or feelings. It is eternal, fierce, and unshakable. You may feel weak at times, but weakness in the flesh does not diminish authority in the spirit. Even in your lowest moment, the light in you burns. That is why the adversary tries to drown you in shame and fear. If he can convince you that your light is gone, you will live as if it is gone. But he cannot remove what heaven has planted. His only strategy is deception. If you rise, aware of who you truly are. Hell's schemes collapse. Chosen one. Imagine a lamp hidden under a basket. The light still shines, but its reach is limited. Many of your struggles have been attempts of the enemy to cover your lamp with fear, with rejection, with distraction. But no basket can contain what heaven has ignited. Eventually, the covering burns, and the light breaks out. This is the moment you are entering, the unveiling of your light. Even creation recognizes this. The groaning you feel in your spirit is mirrored in the world around you. Darkness knows its time is short, and so it fights harder. But that fight is a sign of its desperation, not its victory. The more intense the opposition, the closer the breakthrough, the more fierce the attack, the greater the evidence of your significance. Remember this: your light is not just for yourself. It is a torch meant to guide others. Many are stumbling in shadows, waiting unknowingly for your presence, your obedience, your courage. Your willingness to shine will unlock their freedom. This is why you cannot afford to retreat. You are a carrier, a vessel, a living beacon. Do not think lightly of this responsibility. It is weighty, yes, but it is glorious. To be chosen as a bearer of light is to be entrusted with heaven's authority. You were not called to entertain darkness, but to dismantle it. Every step you take in alignment with God sends ripples through realms unseen. So, when you feel pressure, remember, pressure is proof of power. When you feel misunderstood, remember, misunderstanding is proof of distinction. When you feel targeted, remember, targeting is proof of value. You are not ordinary. You are marked, sealed, and set apart to carry what few can carry. Chosen one. Lift your spirit in this truth. Your presence is disruptive to hell's agenda. Your life is a weapon, not of destruction, but of light. And as long as you breathe, that light will not be extinguished. Stand boldly. Do not hide. Do not diminish. Shine. For the darkness already knows and already fears the power you carry. Chosen one. Let us step into the battlefield of the mind, where whispers of doubt have tried to take root. You know those voices well, the quiet yet persistent lies that creep into your thoughts. They whisper, "You are not enough. You will fail again. God has forgotten you. Your prayers don't matter." These whispers do not shout, they linger, soft and poisonous, designed to sound like your own thoughts so that you accept them without question. But you must recognize the truth. Those whispers are not your voice. They are the voice of an enemy who fears your rising. Doubt is his weapon, deception his strategy, confusion his shield. If he cannot destroy you outwardly, he seeks to weaken you inwardly. He tries to plant seeds of unbelief so that you sabotage yourself before you ever step into destiny. You have lived through moments when those lies felt louder than truth. Maybe it was after a failure, when shame whispered you were disqualified. Maybe it was in loneliness, when despair whispered no one cared. Maybe it was in delay, when impatience whispered that God had abandoned you. These were not coincidences, they were attacks. The enemy knew that if he could convince you to agree with his lies, he could chain you with words alone. But heaven reveals this to you now, so you may silence those lies once and for all. You are not what the whispers call you. You are who God has declared you to be. Every word from darkness must bow to the word of light. Doubt is dismantled not by arguing with it, but by declaring truth louder than it. Chosen one. Understand this. The mind is a battlefield, and every thought is a weapon. The enemy sends arrows of fear, but you have been given the shield of faith. He whispers despair, but you have been given the sword of the Spirit. He tries to cloud your vision, but you have been given the helmet of salvation. You are not defenseless. You are equipped. The Apostle reminds us in his second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of a sound mind." This is your inheritance. Fear is not yours. Doubt is not yours. Confusion is not yours. You carry power. You carry love. You carry clarity of mind. Do not accept what was never given to you. When the whispers come, respond with truth. When doubt says you cannot, declare that you can do all things through Christ. When fear says you will fail, declare that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. When despair says you are alone, declare that God will never leave you nor forsake you. This is how you silence the whispers, not by listening, but by confronting. Chosen one. Some of your greatest battles have not been external but internal. Outwardly, you smiled, but inwardly you wrestled. Outwardly, you functioned, but inwardly you questioned. Yet every time you rose again, you proved that the whispers could not define you. You are still here because truth always outweighed the lies. Even when you did not realize it, the enemy knows that if he can control your mind, he can control your movement. That is why he attacks your thoughts more than your body. But heaven reminds you today, you have the authority to take every thought captive. You are not a slave to mental warfare. You are a commander in it. You decide what lives in your mind. You decide what dies there. Remember how Jesus silenced the enemy in the wilderness. He did not argue. He did not explain. He declared, "It is written." The same authority rests in you. You do not need eloquent words. You need truth spoken with faith. Lies cannot survive in the presence of truth, boldly declared. Chosen one. The whispers of doubt may come again, but you are no longer the same. Now you recognize them for what they are. Now you understand their source. And now you hold the weapons to silence them. You will not walk bound by invisible chains any longer. You will walk in clarity, in confidence, in courage. And here is where I ask you to take a step of faith. Write these words in the comments. I silence doubt. Just 3 words. But they carry prophetic power. By typing it, you are doing more than writing. You are declaring agreement with heaven. You are proclaiming that the lies will no longer dictate your identity. You are sealing your mind with truth. When you declare, I silence doubt, you shift the atmosphere. You tell the unseen realm that you refuse to be swayed by lies. You tell your own heart that fear will no longer have the final say. You tell the accuser that his whispers have lost their grip. Do not underestimate the power of this act. Heaven responds to faith. And this declaration is faith in motion. Beloved, take courage. Your thoughts may have been a battlefield, but you are emerging victorious. Your mind may have been clouded, but clarity is breaking through. Your ears may have been tormented by whispers, but the roar of truth now rises. You are not what the enemy called you. You are who God has named you, and his voice is final. So, walk boldly. Chosen one. When whispers return, meet them with the roar of truth. When lies appear, drown them in declarations of Scripture. When doubt lingers, crush it beneath the weight of faith. The battlefield of your mind will no longer be your prison. It will be the platform for your greatest victories. Chosen one. You must understand this. There has always been a crown prepared for you. Before you were born, heaven already saw the battles you would fight, the tears you would shed, the victories you would win, and woven into all of it was a promise, a reward beyond imagination, a crown that carries glory, authority, and identity. This crown is not earned by human applause or by worldly success. It is refined in the fire of trials and revealed only to those who endure. The enemy knows about this crown. That is why he fought so hard to distract you, to delay you, to convince you to quit. Every lie was aimed not just at your heart but at your inheritance. He knew that if you persevered, your testimony would be unstoppable. He feared the day when you would rise, wearing what heaven had reserved for you. That day is approaching swiftly, and that is why the attacks have intensified. Chosen one, every test you endured was shaping your head to bear this crown. Think about the seasons when you felt pressed on every side. Those moments were not designed to break you, but to prepare you. The crown cannot rest on a fragile head. It rests on one that has carried weight, that has bowed in surrender, that has risen in resilience. The Apostle reminds us in his second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to all who longed." This crown is not for one man alone. It is for all who endure. And you, beloved, are among them. Consider this: when gold is purified, it must go through fire. The impurities rise to the surface, and what remains is brilliance. In the same way, your trials have not been wasted. Every hardship was fire that refined you. Every rejection removed what could not carry weight. Every hidden battle trained you for open victory. And now, what remains is a vessel prepared for the crown. Do not despise your scars. They are proof that you survived the fire. Do not hide your wounds. They are evidence of endurance. The crown is not for the perfect, but for the proven, and your life has proven again and again that heaven's hand rests on you. Beloved, chosen one, pause and let this truth sink in. There is a heavenly inheritance with your name on it. You may feel unworthy at times, but worthiness was never the condition. Faithfulness was, and though you stumbled, though you doubted, though you cried, you never surrendered completely. You rose again, and heaven recorded it. This is why you must guard your spirit carefully in this season. The closer the unveiling of your crown, the greater the intensity of distraction. The adversary will tempt you to settle, to chase temporary comfort instead of eternal reward. He will offer false crowns, recognition from people, shallow achievements, fleeting pleasures. But none of these compare to what heaven has already prepared for you. You must choose carefully which voices you heed. Some will try to talk you out of your destiny. Some will mock your faith. Some will doubt your calling. But you are not responsible to convince them. You are responsible to stay faithful. The crown is not placed by men. It is placed by the righteous judge. Chosen one, think of your crown not only as a future reward, but as a present reality. Even now, heaven sees you adorned with authority. Even now, your prayers carry weight. Even now, your obedience shakes the unseen realm. The crown is both promise and prophecy, waiting for you to step fully into its manifestation. And let this remind you of another truth. Crowns are not worn for vanity. They are worn for responsibility. To wear a crown is to carry weight for others. You are not being elevated for yourself alone. You are being elevated so others can be lifted. Your crown is not a decoration, it is a commission. It means you are called to lead, to shine, to guide others into light. Now, beloved, I want to invite you into a simple yet powerful act of alignment. If this word resonates, if you feel the weight of the crown pressing on your spirit, then do not keep it to yourself. Share it, so that others who have felt unworthy may be reminded of their own crown. Like it, so that the light continues to spread. Subscribe, so that you stay connected to reminders of who you are. These are not empty clicks. They are acts of agreement with what heaven is already declaring over you. Think of it this way: every time you engage, you are strengthening the testimony. You are saying, yes, I agree with heaven. Yes, I choose my crown. Yes, I step into destiny. And as you do, you are helping another soul somewhere else realize that they too were never meant to live crownless. You are part of a movement larger than yourself, a chorus of chosen ones rising together. Chosen one. The time of endurance has not been wasted. The crown has been prepared, and soon you will see it not as a distant promise, but as a tangible reality. You will walk into the season where the words spoken over your life align with the manifestation before your eyes. The crown is near. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Walk boldly, for the weight you have carried was never in vain. The tears you have shed were never ignored. The scars you bear are now shining with glory. And when heaven places that crown upon your head, all of creation will know, this one was chosen. This one was faithful. This one endured. And this one has received what was always promised, chosen one. As you continue walking this narrow path, it is important to recognize the wilderness seasons of your life, those stretches of loneliness, silence, and isolation were not punishments. Even though they felt crushing at the time, they were prophecy fulfilled. The wilderness is not evidence of abandonment. It is the proving ground of destiny. Look back, and you will see it clearly. There were moments when doors closed and people disappeared. You were surrounded by silence, praying into what felt like empty air. You wondered why your cries seemed unheard, why breakthrough seemed delayed. Yet what you could not see then is now being revealed. The wilderness was shaping you. It was stripping away distractions, purifying motives, sharpening discernment. Heaven was using isolation as a tool of alignment. The wilderness has always been the birthplace of chosen ones. Moses spent 40 years in desert obscurity before he ever confronted Pharaoh. David learned to worship and wage war in the solitude of the fields long before he faced Goliath. Even Jesus was led into the wilderness before his public ministry began. The wilderness is not wasted, it is essential. It is the silent classroom where God teaches lessons that cannot be learned in crowds. You, beloved, have lived through wildernesses of your own. Times when you felt hidden, forgotten, set aside. Times when you wondered if heaven had silenced its voice. But hear this truth: silence does not mean absence. God's quietness was not rejection, but training. He was weaning you off the need for constant affirmation, teaching you to hear him in whispers, shaping you to trust him without evidence. The wilderness also exposed what could not go with you into destiny. People who walked away were removed by divine design. Habits that fell off were cut away by holy fire. Desires that faded were pruned so that better fruit could grow. What you lost in the wilderness was not subtraction, but preparation for multiplication. Chosen one. Think carefully about what happened to you in those hidden seasons. You learned resilience when prayers went unanswered. You learned endurance when breakthroughs were delayed. You learned to lean on God when there was no one else to lean on. That intimacy, forged in the wilderness, is the bedrock of your calling. It is what will sustain you in the spotlight when crowds surround you and noise returns. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. This is the mystery of the wilderness. It looks like emptiness, but it is actually encounter. It looks like exile, but it is intimacy. God draws his chosen into the wilderness, not to abandon them, but to speak to them in ways they could not hear anywhere else. Think about the voice of God in your own journey, in the noise of the world. His whispers are drowned out. In the wilderness, silence amplifies his presence. What you thought was abandonment was actually invitation. He was pulling you aside, stripping away the noise, to reveal himself more deeply. The wilderness was prophecy because it declared, you are chosen for intimacy, not just for influence. And oh, yes, the wilderness hurt. It stretched you. It forced you to confront fears you had buried. It exposed insecurities you did not want to face. It revealed idols you did not realize you carried. But all of this was grace, for had you stepped into destiny carrying those weights, they would have destroyed you. The wilderness purged what could not endure glory. You may have despised those seasons, but now you will see their fruit. Others who skipped their wilderness fall quickly when pressure comes. But you, chosen one, will stand. You will endure storms because your roots were driven deep in silence. You will shine in crowds because your oil was pressed in solitude. You will speak with authority because your ears were trained in the wilderness to hear God's voice. Understand this. The wilderness is not a place of delay, but of acceleration. It feels slow, but it actually quickens your destiny. Every hidden lesson shortens future struggles. Every private test equips you for public victories, while others chase shortcuts. Your wilderness gave you substance, and substance is what sustains when storms come. You may still feel like you are in such a season now. If so, do not despair. The wilderness has an expiration date. No wilderness lasts forever. Israel wandered for 40 years, but eventually they entered the promise. Jesus fasted 40 days, but eventually he returned in the power of the Spirit. Your wilderness too has an end, and on the other side awaits the unfolding of promises, long delayed. Chosen one, let this truth anchor you. What you thought was punishment was prophecy. The wilderness declared your identity. It testified that you were too valuable to be rushed, too chosen to be exposed prematurely, too precious to be wasted in shallow waters. God invested silence into you so that he could draw forth glory. Lift your perspective. Then, do not resent the seasons where you were hidden. Celebrate them. They preserved you. They refined you. They prepared you. Without them, you would not carry the authority you do now. Without them, you would not discern light from shadow so clearly. Without them, you would not treasure God's voice as deeply. Chosen one. The wilderness was never meant to kill you. It was meant to crown you. You entered it feeling like a slave, but you are leaving it as a son, a daughter, a warrior, a vessel. The wilderness was prophecy fulfilled, the mark that you were never ordinary, never random, never forgotten. So walk forward with confidence. The wilderness is behind you, but its lessons walk with you. And those lessons will become the foundation for the season you are stepping into next. Chosen one. Listen closely. The wilderness may have felt like delay, but heaven is now declaring a sudden shift. Divine acceleration has begun. What took years in the past will now unfold in a fraction of the time. Prayers that seemed buried will spring forth. Doors that resisted for decades will open in days. Relationships, assignments, breakthroughs, all of it will move faster than you ever imagined. Not because of your striving, but because heaven has decreed it is time. This is the mystery of acceleration. For long seasons, you waited, endured, labored, often with little fruit. You sowed in tears, and the ground seemed stubborn. You wondered if the promise would ever manifest. But heaven was aligning unseen pieces, orchestrating what eyes could not see. And now, suddenly, the scales tip. What looked like delay was actually preparation for rapid release. Divine acceleration is not chaos, it is order. It does not mean skipping the process, but reaping at heaven's pace rather than man's. One day of God's favor can accomplish what 1,000 days of striving never could. When acceleration arrives, testimonies multiply, doors swing wide, and everything that once resisted suddenly yields. The Word of God declares in the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 13, "The days are coming, declares the Lord, when the reaper will be overtaken by the plowman and the planter by the one treading grapes. New wine will drip from the mountains and flow from all the hills." Do you see it? This is the picture of acceleration, the harvest so abundant that one season collides into the next. Blessings overtaking effort. Chosen one. This is why your endurance mattered. If you had quit in the wilderness, you would not be alive to see this sudden shift. If you had surrendered to despair, you would have missed the season where harvest overtakes sowing. But because you held on, because you pressed forward, because you endured, you are now stepping into acceleration. Understand what this means for you. The dreams that seem too big will not take decades of struggle to manifest. The healing that seemed impossible will not drag on forever. The reconciliation you thought would take years may happen in a single conversation. Heaven is compressing time, redeeming what was stolen, and multiplying what was planted. This is not exaggeration, it is the rhythm of God. Throughout Scripture, we see it again and again. Joseph spent years in prison, forgotten. Yet in one day he was elevated to second in command over Egypt. Hannah wept for years in barrenness. Yet in one divine moment, she conceived Samuel, a prophet who would anoint kings. The disciples fished all night with nothing. Yet one word from Jesus filled their nets to breaking. Acceleration always follows faithful endurance. Chosen one. Prepare yourself. Acceleration requires readiness. Blessings will come suddenly, and if you are not anchored, you may mistake them as overwhelming rather than fulfilling. Opportunities will open quickly, and you must discern which ones carry heaven's weight. Relationships will appear, and you must recognize who is sent by God and who is distraction. Acceleration multiplies momentum, and you must be rooted enough to steward it well. Do not fear the speed. You have been prepared. The wilderness trained your discernment, refined your patience, and sharpened your vision. You are not being thrown into acceleration unready. Heaven does not rush. Heaven releases at perfect timing. You are entering not because you forced it, but because you are prepared for it. Chosen one. You will soon testify of how quickly things shifted. What you once prayed for will begin to chase you. Doors you used to knock on will swing wide before you arrive. The very ground that resisted will yield fruit beyond expectation. And in that moment, you will know this is not coincidence. This is divine acceleration. But acceleration is not only about blessings coming quickly, it is also about maturity. You will find yourself growing faster, understanding deeper, discerning clearer. Lessons that once took years to learn will crystallize in weeks. The Spirit will accelerate your growth because the assignment ahead cannot wait for a slow process. Heaven is training you at a supernatural pace. Beloved, I need you to anchor this in your heart. Acceleration is not earned by works, but it is stewarded by obedience. Heaven's speed is entrusted to those who will not waste it. When doors open, step through. When instructions come, act swiftly. Delay is no longer an option in this season. Acceleration requires immediate obedience. Do not be surprised when others question it. Some will wonder how you rose so quickly, how things aligned so suddenly. They will call it luck, chance, or favor, without understanding the price you paid in hidden years. Do not argue. Simply walk in humility, knowing that what looks like overnight success is actually years of endurance, rewarded in a single moment. And now, beloved chosen one, I invite you to mark this moment prophetically. Write this number in the comments, 555. This is not ordinary. 5 is the number of grace. And by declaring 555, you are testifying that triple grace surrounds your acceleration. You are saying, I receive the grace to move at heaven's pace. I will not stumble under the speed. I will not resist the flow. I walk in divine acceleration. And this simple act is agreement with heaven. It is a seal that you embrace the season of sudden breakthrough. You are not just hearing about acceleration, you are stepping into it. The moment you declare it, heaven takes notice. For faith expressed always draws response. Chosen one, lift your spirit. The long nights of waiting are shifting into dawn. The wilderness silence is transforming into songs of sudden victory. The years the locusts devoured are being restored in moments of abundance. Divine acceleration is here, and it will not pass you by. Hold steady. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who brings it, for acceleration is not the goal. Intimacy with him is. He is the source, the sustainer, the reason. As long as you remain anchored in him, the speed will not overwhelm you, but will empower you. You are stepping into a season where the impossible becomes normal, where the delayed becomes sudden, where the barren becomes fruitful. Beloved, rejoice. The season of acceleration is here. Heaven has decreed it, and you, marked and chosen, are walking straight into it. Chosen one. Do you realize how many times your life has hung by a thread, yet you survived? How often destruction was near, but somehow you walked away? How often danger lingered around you, but you were preserved? These were not coincidences. They were divine interventions orchestrated by heaven's watchers, the angelic hosts assigned to guard your destiny. From the day of your birth, angels have walked with you. You may not have seen them with your physical eyes, but you have felt their presence. That sudden escape from an accident, that unexplainable protection in the midst of chaos, that strange inner pull to avoid certain places or people. These were not random impulses. They were the whispers and interventions of heaven's watchers. The scriptures reveal that angels are not distant figures, but active messengers, guardians, and warriors sent to aid the chosen. They do not arrive because of your worthiness. They move because of God's covenant. Their assignment is tied, not to your comfort, but to your calling, because you were marked. Heaven commissioned watchers to ensure that your destiny would not be snatched away before its time. Think back to the close calls of your life. Remember the accidents that could have been fatal, but somehow left you untouched. Recall the sickness that threatened to consume you, but eventually broke away. Reflect on the moments you should have lost your mind under pressure, yet peace held you. All of these testify of unseen hands at work, shielding, sustaining, and securing your path. Chosen one. You often credit survival to luck, chance, or your own resilience. But the truth is far greater. You are still here because heaven commanded it. You are still breathing because watchers surrounded you. Your survival is not random, it is prophetic. It is proof that God will not allow your destiny to be aborted before its appointed time. The voice of God thundered in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. This word is not poetic comfort alone. It is a declaration of reality. Angels are not symbols, but servants. They were commanded concerning you. They were released to guard you in every path, even when you did not acknowledge their presence. Many of your enemies wondered how their schemes against you failed. They plotted, but the plans collapsed. They cursed, but the curses dissolved. They slandered, but the truth prevailed. This was not because of your cleverness, but because watchers stood guard. Their swords cut down unseen snares. Their presence blocked arrows you never saw coming. You were covered, and you remain covered, even in your lowest points. When rebellion clouded your choices, grace still kept you. Angels preserved you, not because you earned it, but because your assignment demanded it. God knew that even in your wandering, the day of awakening would come. He refused to let your story end in darkness when it was written to shine. So he allowed watchers to keep you alive for such a time as this. Chosen one. Never forget the scale of what you carry. The greater the assignment, the greater the resistance, and the greater the resistance, the stronger the heavenly guard appointed around you. This explains why attacks on your life have been so fierce, because you are dangerous to the enemy. Yet this also explains why you are still standing, because heaven has refused to let you fall. There is a mystery here. You were not preserved merely for survival, but for purpose. Your continued life is evidence that there are things only you can accomplish. People only you can reach. Chains only you can break. You are alive because heaven still requires your obedience, your light, your testimony. The watchers did not guard you just for you to exist. They preserved you so that you could fulfill your destiny. Consider this also. Angels not only protect, but they also war. They confront principalities, dismantle strongholds, and clear paths you could not clear alone. Many nights you thought you were simply tossing in restless sleep, when in fact your spirit was sensing battles in the unseen. While you wrestled, angels fought. While you groaned, they struck down, forces determined to destroy you. Your rest was preserved because they warred on your behalf. And yet, with all this, you are not to worship them or exalt them above measure. They are servants, not masters. They rejoice not in their own strength, but in fulfilling the word of the Lord concerning you. Their faithfulness is not to you, but to the one who marked you. Their power is not independent, but delegated. Still, their presence is a reminder, you are never alone, chosen one. Allow this revelation to lift the weight of fear from your shoulders. How can you be consumed when heaven has assigned watchers to you? How can you collapse when armies unseen surround you? You are encircled, protected, guarded. That is why no weapon formed against you has prospered, and why none ever will. Lift your perspective. Every escape, every preservation, every protection has been a message. Heaven is invested in your destiny. The God who commands legions has appointed them to ensure you reach the fulfillment of your call. Your days are not in the hands of man, not in the grip of the enemy, not even in the frailty of your own mistakes. They are in the hands of the Almighty, guarded by watchers who do not slumber. So, walk forward, not timidly, but boldly. Your confidence is not arrogance, it is awareness. You know what surrounds you. You know who walks with you. You know that the same God who commanded angels for Daniel in the lion's den, who sent a host for Elisha's servant, who opened prison doors for Peter, is the same God who has commanded angels concerning you. Chosen one. Your survival is prophecy fulfilled. The watchers ensured that the book of your destiny would not close prematurely. And because you are still here, your assignment remains active. Heaven has invested too much in you to let you fade away. Now, stand firm. Breathe deeply. And remember, you are never alone. Chosen one. After seeing how heaven's watchers have preserved your life, you must now understand another dimension of God's plan, the prophecy of reversal. For too long it may have seemed as if darkness held the upper hand, as if your losses outweighed your victories, as if your tears drowned out your laughter. But heaven declares a turning of the tables. The script is shifting. What was once used against you will be overturned, and what was stolen will be restored with interest. Reversal is not mere comfort, it is divine justice. God is not only merciful, He is also just. Justice demands that what was unjustly taken must be repaid. Justice demands that what was broken must be mended. Justice demands that the righteous are vindicated after suffering. This is why you cannot look at your current pain as the final word. It is merely the setup for reversal. Look closely at your story. You have endured seasons of loss, friendships that dissolved, opportunities that slipped away, resources that dried up, moments that felt stolen by time. You carried wounds that whispered, "It will never change." But heaven whispers back, "Watch what I will do." The God who reverses stories has not forgotten yours. Remember Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, thrown into prison. Every step looked like a downward spiral, yet heaven was writing a different ending. In one day, the prisoner became prime minister, the rejected became ruler, the forgotten became honored. This is reversal sudden, undeniable, orchestrated not by man, but by God. Chosen one. You too have lived through betrayals that cut deeply, setbacks that seemed irreversible, pain that felt permanent. Yet heaven has already decreed that your ending will not mirror your beginning. What was meant to bury you is becoming the platform that elevates you. What was meant to silence you is becoming the testimony that amplifies you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 60, 1, verse 7. Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion. And instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. And so you will inherit a double portion in your land, and everlasting joy will be yours. This is the promise of reversal, not only restoration, but multiplication. Where you lost one, you will receive two. Where you were shamed, you will be honored. Where you were broken, you will overflow with joy. Chosen one, take courage in this truth. Heaven has been keeping record. Every injustice, every rejection, every loss, it is all known. And because it is known, it cannot remain unanswered. God is not mocked. His people may suffer for a season, but they never suffer without purpose. The pain becomes the soil in which reversal takes root. Consider Job. He lost everything, children. Wealth, health, reputation. Friends mocked him. Enemies gloated over him. His own wife urged him to curse God and die. Yet when reversal came, he received double of all he had lost. His end was greater than his beginning. This is the pattern of God, not restoration to the same, but restoration beyond measure. Reversal also means vindication. Many have spoken against you, doubted you, dismissed you. They judged based on fragments of your story without seeing the whole. They assumed your wilderness was your end. Your failure was your identity. But soon they will see differently. They will witness the turning of the tables. Not so you can boast, but so God's glory can be revealed. Those who mocked will marvel. Those who doubted will be silenced. Those who cursed will be confounded. And know this, reversal is not always external first. It begins within. Heaven flips the script of your heart before it flips the script of your circumstances. Where despair once ruled, hope now takes root. Where fear once paralyzed, courage now rises. Where bitterness once lingered, joy now flows. The internal reversal prepares you to steward the external one. For what good is a restored throne if the heart upon it is still broken? Chosen one, you may be tempted to think your years of loss were wasted. But hear this, nothing is wasted in God's hands. The years you thought stolen will be redeemed in ways you cannot yet imagine. You will see fruit that grows faster than time would normally allow. You will step into opportunities that feel like they compress decades into moments. The reversal will not just give you back what you lost, it will redeem time itself. There is also a mystery here. Reversal is not merely about personal blessing, but about generational impact. What you receive will overflow into your lineage. Cycles of lack will end. Patterns of shame will break. Your children and those who follow you will walk in the abundance of your reversal. They will reap the fruit of battles you fought in tears. But do not misunderstand, reversal does not mean life without struggle. It means struggle without defeat. It means opposition without destruction. It means battles that end in victory instead of despair. Reversal does not remove the evidence of scars. It transforms scars into testimonies. Chosen one, prepare your spirit for this turning. The temptation in seasons of reversal is to shrink back, to doubt when blessings begin to flow, to question whether you are worthy. But you must remember, it is not about worthiness, it is about destiny. You are receiving not because you earned it, but because God decreed it. lift your head. Then, let the prophecy of reversal settle in your bones. The pain was not the conclusion, it was the prologue. The tears were not the last chapter, they were the ink with which God began to write the next. And the next is filled with honor, abundance, restoration, and joy. Beloved, chosen one, do not measure your future by your past. Do not assume tomorrow will look like yesterday. Heaven has shifted the script. The tables are turning. The story is reversing. And soon you will stand as living proof that God can take ashes and bring forth beauty. Take mourning and clothe it with praise. Take shame and crown it with double honor. Chosen one, the time of hiding is ending. The training in silence, the wilderness refining, the hidden battles, the long nights of tears, all of it was preparing you for the battlefield ahead. You were never called to remain in the background. You were never meant to shrink while darkness advanced. Heaven has enlisted you, not as a bystander, but as a frontline warrior. You are chosen for the battlefront. Do not mistake this battle for one fought with flesh and blood. It is not about physical enemies or earthly weapons. This is spiritual war. It is unseen yet real, fierce yet purposeful. The opposition you face is not random. It is targeted because of your calling. Darkness has always feared your rising, and so it has tried to wear you down before you could take your place. But now, the season has shifted. You are stepping into your position on the front lines. Being chosen for the battlefront means you carry an anointing that disrupts. Your prayers are not soft echoes, they are weapons. Your worship is not background noise, it is warfare. Your obedience is not small, it is a strike against the enemy. Every act of faith you take sends tremors through the unseen realm. That is why you have felt pressure so heavy, because every step you make shakes foundations. Chosen one, do not be surprised by the intensity. Soldiers in the front line always face the heaviest fire, but they also carry the greatest authority. The Spirit of God has equipped you with armor that cannot fail. Truth girds your waist. Righteousness guards your chest. Faith shields you. Salvation crowns you. The Word of God sharpens your hand, and peace guides your steps. You are not sent unprepared. You are armed, anointed, and assigned. The Apostle wrote in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, the powers of this dark world, spiritual forces of evil." This is the battlefield you were chosen to enter. And though the forces sound daunting, remember, greater is He who is in you than he who is in the world. Think about the moments in your life when you felt like everything was collapsing at once. That was not coincidence. That was concentrated fire. Hell saw you advancing and panicked. Every attack was designed to push you back, to make you surrender ground. You were destined to claim, yet you are still here, which means the enemy has failed. And because you remain, you are even stronger now than before. Chosen one, heaven calls you to stand with boldness. The world needs your light, your prayers, your courage. There are families, communities, and nations waiting for the warrior within you to arise. Your obedience will break chains you may never see with your own eyes. Your worship will dismantle strongholds far beyond your reach. You are not fighting only for yourself. You are fighting for multitudes tied to your destiny. This is why you cannot remain silent any longer. Your voice carries weight. Your faith carries power. Your stand carries ripple effects. Do not underestimate the impact of your presence. Even when you feel small, the authority upon you is great. Hell trembles, not at your size, but at your seal. Beloved, I want to pause here and ask you to engage. If this word resonates, if you feel the stirring of the warrior within, then let it not remain silent. Like this message, not for numbers, but as a prophetic agreement that you choose to stand. Share it, because someone else battling silently needs to remember they too were chosen for the front line. Leave a comment as your testimony, even if it is just a sentence declaring your readiness. And subscribe if you have not. Because soldiers do not train alone. They gather. They prepare. They encourage one another. Every small act of engagement is an act of alignment. When you click like, you are saying, I agree with heaven's call. When you share, you become a messenger, spreading light into corners where despair lingers. When you subscribe, you declare that you will stay connected to words that equip you for war. These are not empty gestures. They are spiritual echoes of your obedience. Chosen one. Remember that warriors are not chosen because of their strength, but because of their willingness. Gideon was fearful, yet God called him a mighty man of valor. David was young and underestimated, yet God raised him to lead armies. Esther was hidden and hesitant, yet God positioned her to deliver a nation. You too may feel unqualified, but heaven does not make mistakes. The one who chose you has already equipped you. The battle ahead may seem daunting, but you are not alone. Hosts of angels stand beside you. The Spirit of God fills you. Other chosen ones march with you. The army of heaven is vast, and you are a vital part of it. Your role matters. Your obedience matters. Your endurance matters. So take courage. Lift your head high. Sharpen your sword of truth. Stand firm in faith. Do not shrink back, for you have been chosen, trained, and now positioned for such a time as this. The battlefield awaits, but so does victory. And when the dust settles, your testimony will shine as proof that light always triumphs over darkness. Beloved, chosen one. The battlefront is not a place of fear, but of destiny. You are not here by chance. You were raised, refined, and released for this moment. Take your place. The kingdom advances through your obedience. The crown awaits through your endurance. The world will see through your testimony that God's chosen ones are unshakable, unstoppable, and forever victorious. Chosen one. Now, we arrive at a turning point in your journey, the breaking of the fear of man. This fear has long lingered like a shadow, whispering that you must shrink, that you must please, that you must fit into expectations not designed for you. It has kept you silent when you should have spoken, hidden when you should have stood tall, hesitant when you should have acted boldly. But heaven has decreed that chain is broken. The fear of man is one of the most subtle yet crippling forces. It does not always shout. It often disguises itself as caution, as politeness, as wisdom. But its true nature is bondage. It convinces you that your worth depends on the approval of others. It binds your decisions to their opinions. It tempts you to conform rather than transform. And in doing so, it dulls the edge of your calling. Consider how many moments in your life were shaped by this fear. You silenced your convictions to avoid conflict. You suppressed your dreams to avoid ridicule. You hid your light to avoid judgment. Each time, the voice of man grew louder, while the voice of heaven grew faint. Yet even then, the spirit within you refused to be silenced. It stirred. It pressed. It reminded you that you were never meant to be caged by the expectations of others. Chosen one. Freedom comes when you realize this. The fear of man cannot coexist with the fear of God. One will always bow to the other. To fear man is to make people larger than they are. To hand them authority over your destiny they do not possess. But to fear God is to live anchored in truth. To recognize that His opinion outweighs all others. To walk in boldness because His hand rests upon you. The ancient words recorded in Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 25. Declare, fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. A snare is a trap designed to immobilize, to capture, to prevent forward movement. That is exactly what the fear of man has tried to do in your life. But trust in the Lord becomes your release, your safety, your freedom. Reflect on the chains this fear has forged. It has tried to control your speech, making you second-guess every word. It has tried to paralyze your actions, keeping you bound in hesitation. It has tried to distort your vision, making you see yourself through the lens of others instead of the eyes of God. And yet, despite its attempts, it has not succeeded in destroying you. Why? Because heaven has been preparing you for this moment of release. When you break free from the fear of man, something remarkable happens. Courage rises, conviction strengthens, clarity sharpens. You no longer waver when opinions shift. Because your foundation is secure, you no longer bend under criticism. Because your validation flows from heaven, you no longer tremble when rejected. Because you know rejection is redirection. Chosen one. Think of the examples written in Scripture. Daniel refused to bow to kings because he feared God above man. Esther entered the throne room uninvited because she valued obedience over approval. Peter, once afraid of a servant girl's accusation, later stood boldly before crowds declaring the risen Christ. What changed? They broke the snare. They chose the fear of God over the fear of man. This same boldness is being released over you. The Spirit is stripping away the weight of comparison, the burden of expectation, the sting of rejection. You are stepping into a season where your voice will not tremble, your steps will not falter, your obedience will not waver. The fear of man is being shattered, and with it, every chain that once limited your reach. Understand, though, that this freedom does not make you reckless. It makes you rooted. It does not produce arrogance. It produces assurance. You will not speak to impress, but to impact. You will not stand to dominate, but to illuminate. You will not move to prove yourself, but to fulfill your calling. True freedom from the fear of man anchors you deeper in humility, because you realize that your boldness is not your own. It is borrowed from the one who called you. Chosen one. You will begin to notice a change. The same voices that once intimidated you will no longer carry weight. The same rejection that once crushed you will no longer sting. The same pressure that once silenced you will no longer hold power, for you will see them all for what they truly are. Fleeting opinions compared to eternal truth. This freedom will cost you. Some will not understand your courage. Some will resent your refusal to conform. Some will walk away when you no longer bow to their expectations. But do not grieve their departure. Freedom always rearranges relationships. Those who cannot handle your obedience to God are not meant to walk in your next chapter. Beloved, lift your head. The days of shrinking are over. The fear that kept you caged is broken. The snare that once immobilized you is shattered. You are free to speak, to stand, to shine. You are free to obey heaven without apology. You are free to live unshaken by the shifting winds of opinion. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deep. You were never created to be small. You were created to carry weight, to walk boldly, to live fearlessly. And now, with the fear of man broken, nothing can hold you back. Your steps will thunder with authority. Your voice will carry clarity. Your presence will radiate freedom. You are rising as one unbound, chosen one. After the breaking of fear, there comes a fresh outpouring, the oil of endurance. You have walked through seasons that would have drained anyone else completely. You have carried weights that crushed others. You have endured storms that seemed unending. Yet somehow you are still here, still pressing, still listening, still breathing. That somehow is not your strength alone. It is the oil poured upon you by heaven. The oil of endurance is not visible to the natural eye, yet its effects are undeniable. It sustains you when energy fades. It pushes you forward when willpower collapses. It keeps your spirit alive when your flesh wants to quit. It is heaven's resource deposited into fragile vessels so that they may carry what exceeds human capacity. Without this oil, you would have burned out long ago. Think of how many times you almost surrendered. The days when discouragement pressed so heavily that you thought you could not go another step. The nights when despair whispered that tomorrow was not worth facing. The moments when exhaustion seeped into your bones. Yet every time, strength rose from somewhere unseen. That was the oil. It refreshed you. Not just once, but again and again. Because your destiny demands endurance. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." This is not poetic encouragement. It is literal truth. The oil of endurance makes you soar when others sink, run when others collapse, walk when others faint. Chosen one. This endurance is not meant only for survival, but for victory. You are not kept alive just to endure endless cycles of pain. You are sustained so that you can finish the race, complete the assignment, and stand as proof of God's faithfulness. The oil ensures that what began in you will not die halfway. It ensures that your story will not be an unfinished fragment, but a completed testimony. Reflect on the nature of oil. In the natural, oil is pressed out of olives through crushing. The more intense the pressing, the more abundant the oil. Spiritually, your endurance has been birthed in the crushing of your life. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every loss pressed you. And though the pressing hurt, it produced oil, a resource that now sustains you beyond human capacity. The oil also carries fragrance. Those who encounter you may not understand why they feel peace, why they sense strength, why they are encouraged simply by your presence. It is the fragrance of endurance. It flows from you because you have walked through crushing and emerged carrying heaven's essence. You may not see it, but others do, and the fragrance will draw them. For endurance is rare in a world of quitting. Chosen one, recognize this gift. Do not despise the strength you carry. Others may look at your scars and see weakness, but heaven looks at them and sees proof of endurance. Your scars are not evidence of failure, but of survival. They testify that you endured what tried to destroy you. They shine as symbols of the oil poured upon your life. Endurance does not mean the absence of pain. It means persistence through pain. It means you keep walking, even with trembling knees. It means you keep praying, even with weary lips. It means you keep believing, even with a heavy heart. This is the mystery of the chosen. They endure not because they are strong, but because they are anointed with oil that never runs dry. And let this truth settle deep. Your endurance is not only for you, it is for those watching silently, those who see your resilience and draw hope from it. They may never tell you, but your endurance has kept others alive. Your survival has whispered to them, if they can endure, so can I. You have become a living sermon of perseverance. Chosen one, the oil of endurance is not running out. Heaven continues to pour because your assignment is not finished. You will walk into seasons that demand more, but you will not be empty. You will run in places where others faint, and you will not collapse. You will soar in realms that others fear, and you will not fall. The oil will carry you. This endurance also refines your vision. It strips away illusions, leaving only what matters. Through your trials, you have learned to treasure presence over possessions, faith over feelings, truth over approval. This clarity is the fruit of endurance. You no longer chase shadows because you have walked through fire and discovered what cannot burn. Consider the race set before you. It is not a sprint, but a marathon. Many begin with excitement, but few endure to the end. Yet you will, because the oil is upon you. You will not run in your own strength, but in the strength supplied daily from heaven. This is why you must not fear what lies ahead. The same God who sustained you yesterday will sustain you tomorrow. Beloved, let your heart rest in this. You are not running on empty. You are not dragging yourself forward in vain. You are carried by oil, preserved by grace, empowered by endurance. Every step you take is infused with divine strength. Every breath you breathe is sustained by divine supply. Chosen one, when the enemy whispers that you cannot continue, silence him with this truth. You already have. You have endured storms, heartbreaks, betrayals, delays, and yet here you are. If the past could not break you, the future cannot stop you. You are living proof that endurance is greater than opposition. So, lift your head. Feel the oil upon you. Recognize the strength that flows from heaven through your veins. You will not collapse. You will not faint. You will not be defeated. The oil of endurance is your portion, and it will carry you to the very end of your destiny. Chosen one, there is a reason your journey has felt so heavy, so layered with mystery. Heaven has hidden something deep within you, a blueprint that carries the assignment of your life. This is not a blueprint of buildings made of stone, but of destiny carved into eternity. It is the unseen design that explains your struggles, your passions, your restlessness, and your resilience. Heaven did not create you without purpose. Every detail of your story is tied to the hidden blueprint. You have felt glimpses of it before. In moments of stillness, you sense there is more. In dreams, you see fragments that do not make sense yet. In conversations, something inside you stirs, as if heaven itself is pulling you toward a greater reality. This is the blueprint, whispering from within, reminding you that you are not ordinary, reminding you that you are on assignment. Chosen one, understand this clearly. The hidden blueprint is not random. It is strategic. It explains why you never fit comfortably into the world's mold. It explains why certain sins never sat well with you. Why compromise always brought conviction. Why distractions could not hold you forever. The blueprint inside you refused to let you live below what you were created for. The prophet Jeremiah was told this same truth, and his words echo into your life. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. This is not just an ancient promise. It is the revelation of your hidden blueprint. Think of it as a scroll sealed within your soul. While others see fragments, heaven sees the entire design. Every heartbreak you endured was accounted for. Every delay you suffered was woven in. Every betrayal you faced was written into the path, not to destroy you, but to push you toward alignment with the blueprint. Even the detours were part of the design, guiding you back to the plan you could not see. Chosen one, you must understand, the hidden blueprint is larger than you. It is not only about your comfort or your blessing, it is about nations, families, generations tied to your obedience. That is why the warfare has been so intense, because if you abandon your blueprint, countless others suffer loss. Your assignment is not isolated. It ripples across time and space. This is also why you have carried a restlessness within you. You tried to settle into places that felt comfortable, but something inside resisted. You tried to quiet your longing, but it grew louder. You tried to silence the call, but it returned stronger. That restlessness is the sound of the hidden blueprint calling you higher. It refuses to let you waste your life on what does not align with heaven's design. Beloved, you may feel unprepared, unqualified, even unworthy. But the blueprint was written long before your mistakes, long before your doubts, long before your battles. Nothing you have done can erase it. You might delay it. You may resist it, but you cannot destroy it. The blueprint is sealed by God Himself, and He has preserved you so that you may fulfill it. This is why heaven is pressing you now. The blueprint cannot remain hidden forever. It is time for unveiling. You will not see the entire design at once. Heaven rarely reveals everything in a single moment. Instead, the scroll unrolls step by step, piece by piece. Each act of obedience unlocking the next revelation. Do not despise the small instructions, for each one is part of the grand design. Chosen one, you will begin to notice alignment in ways you never saw before. Conversations that confirm your direction. Open doors that match the whispers you carried. Divine connections that accelerate your steps. These are signs that the blueprint is unfolding. Pay attention, for heaven wastes nothing. Now I ask you to mark this moment with a prophetic act. Write this number in the comments: 888. This is not a casual symbol. 8 represents new beginnings, and 888 declares an abundance of fresh starts and divine cycles. By declaring 888, you are aligning yourself with the unfolding of your hidden blueprint. You are saying, I step into the new season heaven has designed. I embrace the unveiling of my assignment. Oh, chosen one. When you write 888, you are not just agreeing with words on a page. You are testifying in the unseen realm that you accept the call, that you refuse to waste the design placed within you. Heaven hears it. Angels witness it. And the blueprint begins to unroll in greater clarity. The path ahead may still carry challenges, but now you will see them differently. They are not random obstacles. They are markers on the blueprint. Every battle is a line drawn into your story. Every victory is a signature of God's hand upon you. Even your scars fit the design, testifying of resilience and faithfulness. Chosen one. Never forget this. You are not drifting through life. You are walking a path designed before the foundations of the world. You are living out a story written by the author of eternity. And though you may not always see the full picture, heaven sees it complete. The hidden blueprint is intact, and you are stepping into its revelation. So rise with confidence. Walk boldly. Embrace the mystery without fear, for you are chosen, sealed, and designed with intention. The hidden blueprint is awakening, and your obedience will bring it into full display. Chosen one. As the hidden blueprint unfolds, it becomes clear that the storms of your life were not random disruptions, but divine alarms. Every shaking, every sudden collapse of what seemed secure, every wave that threatened to pull you under, they were not simply adversities. They were warnings, wake-up calls, and trumpet blasts from heaven urging you to pay attention. Storms carry a message, and those who are chosen must learn to interpret their voice. You may recall moments when everything around you seemed to unravel at once. Relationships you trusted fractured. Finances you depended on dried up. Health you took for granted faltered. These storms were not designed to annihilate you, but to awaken you. They were divine interruptions, reminding you that what you were leaning on was never meant to hold your full weight. Chosen one. Storms often reveal what peace hides. When all is calm, it is easy to settle into routines, to drift into complacency, to ignore the subtle nudges of the spirit. But when winds rise and waves crash, your heart is forced to choose. Will you cling to temporary security, or will you anchor yourself in eternal truth? The storm exposes where your trust truly lies. Think of Jonah, running from his assignment. It took a storm at sea to awaken him to his disobedience. The sailors panicked, but Jonah knew the storm was not random. It was a divine alarm calling him back into alignment. Likewise, many of your storms were not punishments, but invitations to turn, to listen, to adjust. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 8, verse 26, remind us of Jesus calming the storm. He replied, "You of little faith, why are you so afraid?" Then he got up and rebuked the winds and the waves, and it was completely calm. Notice what happened before the calm. The storm revealed the disciples' fear, exposed their lack of faith. and became the platform for a greater revelation of who Jesus was. Chosen one. The storms in your life have carried the same purpose. They revealed fears you didn't know you carried. They stripped away illusions of control. They forced you to cry out to God in desperation. And in that cry, you discovered His power in ways peace never could have shown you. The storms were alarms, but they were also revelations. This is why you must not despise the shaking. Earthquakes in your life are not always signs of collapse. They are often signs of construction. God shakes what is unstable, so that only what is eternal remains. If the storm removed it, it was never meant to stay. If the storm exposed it, it was never meant to be hidden. The shaking is mercy, disguised as chaos. Reflect on your own journey. Had everything remained comfortable, would you have pursued God with such intensity? Had everything gone smoothly, would you have discovered your hidden strength? Had every door stayed open, would you have recognized which ones were traps? The storms, though painful, pressed you into maturity. They matured your faith, sharpened your discernment, and deepened your dependence on God. There is another truth. Storms are often prophetic. They arrive before transitions, signaling that something is shifting, just as winds change before new seasons. Storms in your life often mark the threshold of transformation. You felt the turbulence because heaven was announcing change. What you thought was the end was often the beginning of a new chapter. Consider Paul on his journey to Rome. The storm wrecked the ship, yet it carried him to Malta, where miracles unfolded and the gospel advanced. The storm did not derail the mission, it redirected it. Likewise, the storms in your life have redirected you toward places you never would have gone otherwise. Places where your light was most needed. Chosen one. Storms test, but also testify. When others watch you endure without collapsing, they see a strength, not your own. Your peace in the middle of chaos becomes a sermon louder than words. Your survival in what destroyed others becomes evidence that you are carried by something greater. Storms preach through your endurance. Do not miss this. Storms are temporary, but what they build in you is permanent. Winds eventually still. Waves eventually settle. But the faith forged in the storm remains forever. You emerge not only stronger, but also clearer, surer of who God is, surer of who you are. The storm refines identity as much as it reshapes destiny. Chosen one. Perhaps you are still in a storm now. The winds may be fierce, the waves relentless. But remember, the presence of the storm does not mean the absence of God. Often, He is closer in storms than in calm. He walks on the waves. He speaks in the winds. He anchors your soul when everything else shakes. You are not abandoned in the storm. You are accompanied. And when the storm passes, for it always passes, you will stand with new authority. You will speak with a voice marked by survival. You will lead others out of their fear, because you know what it is to tremble and yet endure. Your scars will not speak of destruction, but of deliverance. Beloved, let the storms of your past be reinterpreted today. They were not signs that God forgot you. They were alarms that God was calling you. They were not evidence of your weakness, but evidence of your worth. Heaven shook you awake, because heaven refused to let you drift asleep. So lift your perspective. Do not resent the winds. Thank them for steering you. Do not despise the waves. Thank them for teaching you to trust. Do not fear the storm. Recognize it as an announcement that transformation is near. Chosen one, storms will come again, but you are no longer the same. You now see them for what they are, alarms, not annihilations, invitations, not endings. Every storm bows to the same command: peace, be still. And the one who speaks that command walks with you still. Chosen one, the storms have raged, the winds have howled, but hear this eternal decree: no weapon formed against you shall prosper. This is not wishful thinking or poetic comfort. It is the word of the living God. Every curse, every plot, every scheme designed to bring you down will ultimately fail. The opposition may rise, but it cannot prevail. The traps may be set, but they will collapse under their own weight. You walk under divine protection. Look back on your journey. The weapons were real betrayal, slander, sickness, sudden losses, and even the arrows of doubt in your own mind. You felt their sting. You saw their sharpness. At times, it seemed as though they might pierce through completely, and yet, every single time, you survived. The arrows were launched, but they missed their mark. The reason? You are sealed by God. No weapon can prosper when the hand of heaven rests upon you. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." Chosen one, this is your inheritance. It is not temporary insurance. It is eternal covenant. Weapons may still form. Do not be surprised when opposition rises. But pay attention to the promise: they will not prosper. That means they may advance, but they will not succeed. They may try, but they will not triumph. Their failure is written into the decree before they are even launched. This is why you must walk in boldness. Fear magnifies the weapon. Faith magnifies the covenant. When you fix your eyes on the weapon, you tremble. When you fix your eyes on the promise, you stand tall. Lift your gaze. Chosen one, you are not defenseless. You are not exposed. You are wrapped in armor, invisible yet indestructible. The adversary has always tried to convince you otherwise. He magnifies the storm, the sickness, the betrayal, hoping you will forget the promise. He points to the weapons, hoping you will panic before they even strike. But heaven reminds you today, the covenant has already nullified their power. You may feel the pressure, but you will not be destroyed. You may shed tears, but you will not collapse. You may stumble, but you will not fall. Chosen one, this also applies to words spoken against you. Tongues have risen, spreading lies, sowing doubt, speaking curses. Yet even these are included in the promise. Every tongue will be refuted. Truth will outshine slander. Light will expose lies. Vindication is your portion. You do not need to fight every rumor. Heaven fights for you. Consider how many times people expected your downfall, yet you rose again. How many times situations seemed final, yet you were preserved. How many times the enemy whispered, "This is the end," yet it was not. These are not small coincidences. They are living testimonies that the word of God cannot fail. Chosen one, let this truth transform the way you live. Do not walk timidly, waiting for the next attack. Walk boldly, knowing you are untouchable by anything outside of heaven's will. You are not fragile, you are fortified. You are not vulnerable, you are victorious. Every step you take is under divine covering. And beloved, this is why it is so important to stay connected. Messages like this are not mere words, they are shields. They remind you of promises that silence fear. They anchor you when storms rise. If this word stirs something in you, let it not remain in silence. Like it, not for vanity, but as agreement. I believe the weapon will not prosper. Share it, because someone else desperately needs to remember their covenant. Subscribe, because walking with reminders of truth strengthens your endurance for the journey ahead. When you engage, you are not just interacting, you are declaring. You are saying, I stand under the covenant. I choose faith over fear. I walk in boldness, knowing heaven protects me. These acts multiply light, sending the message farther than you could imagine. Someone on the edge of despair may read or hear it because you chose to share. Someone trembling at the sight of weapons may find courage because you chose to stay connected. Chosen one, let the weight of this promise sink deep. Weapons may form, but they cannot prosper. Lies may rise, but they cannot last. Accusations may come, but they cannot condemn you. You are shielded. You are sealed. You are safe, not because of your strength, but because of the covenant written over your life. Lift your spirit. You are not a victim of warfare. You are a victor in covenant. You are not at the mercy of weapons. Weapons are at the mercy of the one who commands your destiny. Walk boldly. Speak confidently. Live fearlessly, for heaven has decreed it, and nothing can overturn it. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Chosen one, there is a fire that rests within you. It is not man-made, not borrowed, not fragile. It is the holy blaze of God's Spirit, planted in you from the beginning, preserved through your trials, fanned through your prayers, and now burning brighter with every step you take. You may not always feel its warmth, but the unseen realm recognizes it. Darkness trembles, not at your name, but at the fire you carry. This fire is not like ordinary flame. Ordinary fire consumes, leaving only ashes. The holy fire within you refines, purifies, empowers. It burns away fear, doubt, shame, and compromise. It ignites passion, courage, clarity, and faith. When you step into a room, this fire shifts atmospheres, sometimes silently, sometimes visibly, but always undeniably. Chosen one, you have felt it before. That unexplainable stirring in your heart during worship, that sudden boldness in prayer, that heat in your spirit when confronted with injustice. These are signs of the fire. It is heaven's mark upon you, the evidence that you were never ordinary. And this fire is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to shine, to warm, to ignite others who have grown cold. The Word of God declares in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, verse 9, "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name, his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." Chosen one, this verse is your reality. You cannot suppress what heaven has planted. The fire within you refuses to be silenced. This explains why you have felt restless in silence, why you cannot sit comfortably in compromise, why you cannot remain indifferent while others suffer. The fire inside pushes you to speak, to move, to stand, to shine. You may try to blend in, but the blaze betrays you. You are set apart, marked by flame. And understand this: the fire you carry is not just for your survival. It is for transformation. It is for nations. It is for the broken, the bound, the forgotten. Your fire is a torch meant to light the path for others stumbling in darkness. When you pray, chains break. When you declare truth, lies collapse. When you worship, atmospheres shift. Your fire is warfare and healing at once. This is why the attacks on your life have been so fierce. The enemy has always tried to extinguish the fire. He sent storms to drown it, betrayal to suffocate it, despair to smother it. Yet here you are still burning. The flames may have flickered, but they never died. Every attempt to put it out has only made it stronger. Chosen one, your fire is also contagious. Those who walk near you cannot remain the same. They either ignite or they flee. For the blaze demands response. Some are drawn, sensing the warmth of heaven. Others resist, unsettled by the exposure of their shadows. But whether welcomed or resisted, your fire cannot be ignored. You must learn to steward this blaze. Fire, if neglected, dwindles, but if tended, it grows. Feed your fire with prayer, with worship, with truth. Protect it from compromise, from distraction, from apathy. Fan it with obedience, for every act of faith adds fuel to the flame. Heaven has entrusted you with this fire, and stewardship determines how brightly it burns. Do not fear burning too brightly. Some may tell you to calm down, to be less intense, to quiet your passion. But chosen ones were not designed for lukewarm living. Your fire was not given to make others comfortable. It was given to awaken them. If your blaze unsettles them, lit it. Better they are stirred than they remain asleep. Chosen one, the time is coming when your fire will be seen more clearly. The hidden glow will burst into visible flame. You will step into spaces where your boldness is undeniable. Your words carry weight. Your prayers release power. This is not arrogance, it is destiny. The fire within you was always meant to spread, and here I ask you to act prophetically. Write these words in the comments. I carry fire. Just 3 words. But they declare agreement with heaven. By writing them, you are not just typing, you are testifying. You are saying, the flame in me will not be hidden. I recognize it. I embrace it. I release it. End of teen. When you declare, I carry fire, you silence the lies that tried to convince you otherwise. You remind yourself that weakness does not erase the blaze. You remind the enemy that no storm can extinguish what God Himself ignited. And you remind heaven that you are willing to steward the fire entrusted to you. Beloved, do not underestimate this moment. Every great movement began with a single flame. You are that flame. You are the torchbearer. You are the carrier of light into places no one else can reach. The fire in your bones will break barriers, heal wounds, and illuminate paths. And though the world may not understand it, the kingdom of darkness fears it deeply. So rise, Chosen one, let the blaze burn freely. Do not hide it. Do not shrink it. Do not apologize for it. Tend it faithfully. Release it boldly. And watch as the fire you carry transforms everything around you. For you were chosen, not to smolder, but to shine with unquenchable flame. Chosen one. Now the Spirit turns your attention to something deeper than personal battles and storms, the weight of generations resting upon your shoulders. You are not only chosen for yourself, you are chosen to break what has bound your bloodline for decades. Even centuries. You are a chain breaker. You are the one called to confront patterns of darkness that repeated themselves long before you were born. Heaven has set you apart to stop cycles that destroyed those before you. Generational chains are real. They appear in cycles of addiction, poverty, fear, broken relationships, sickness, anger, shame, and rebellion. Families repeat stories almost word for word. Though the faces change with time, what seemed like bad luck or family history often hides spiritual bondage. The same patterns appear again and again because no one has stood with authority to break them. Until now, you, beloved, were raised in the midst of these patterns, not by accident, but by assignment. You saw them up close. You experienced their weight. You felt their pull, and at times, you may have even feared you would repeat them yourself. But heaven marked you differently. The cycle stops with you. The chains that bound your ancestors will not bind your descendants. This calling explains the heaviness you have carried. You were not just wrestling your own battles, you were contending for your lineage. That is why the warfare felt disproportionate. That is why the opposition seemed generational, because it was. But you were chosen to break what others could not. You were anointed to confront what others ignored. The scriptures declare, in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 6, "But showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments." Do you see the contrast? Curses may last for a few generations, but blessings stretch into the thousands. Your obedience carries exponential power. The moment you align with heaven, you do not only shift your own life, you rewrite the story of everyone who comes after you. Chosen one, let this truth strengthen you. You are not fighting in vain. Every prayer you prayed against familiar struggles has echoed beyond your lifetime. Every time you resisted temptation, you planted seeds of freedom for your children and their children. Every tear shed in intercession watered the soil of generational blessing. What felt like lonely warfare was in fact history-making victory. Think of Abraham. One act of obedience positioned him as the father of nations. Think of Rahab. One act of faith grafted her into the lineage of Christ. Think of David. His covenant with God became the foundation for generations after him. Each one stood at a crossroads where personal obedience had generational consequences. And you, chosen one, stand in that same place. Generational chains break in layers. Some fall suddenly, shattered in a single encounter. Others weaken gradually, crumbling as you persist in obedience. Do not despise the process. Every act of faith chips away at what bound your bloodline, even when you cannot see immediate change. Trust that heaven is recording every strike. The walls will fall, whether with one shout or with persistent marching. Chosen one. Breaking chains also means building altars. You cannot simply stop what is wrong. You must establish what is right. You must replace patterns of destruction with patterns of life. Where your family repeated cycles of silence, you must raise a voice of prayer. Where they normalized compromise, you must model conviction. Where they tolerated shame, you must walk in boldness. The altar you build today becomes the foundation your children will stand upon tomorrow. This is not easy. It requires courage, endurance, and sacrifice. You may lose the approval of those who prefer the old ways. You may face resistance from relatives who do not understand why you refuse to conform. But remember, you are not called to please them. You are called to free them. Even if they resist now, your obedience will bear fruit that outlasts their misunderstanding. Breaking generational chains also demands inner healing. Patterns are not only external, they are internalized through wounds, beliefs, and habits. You must confront the lies you inherited. You must allow God to heal the traumas passed down. You must refuse to carry bitterness toward those who were themselves bound. Recognize this: they were captives, not creators of the chains. By forgiving them, you shatter resentment and refuse to pass the wound onward. Chosen one. Take comfort in knowing you do not fight alone. Heaven is invested in your breakthrough. Angels are beside you. The Spirit empowers you. The blood of Christ secures your authority. You are not striving in your own strength. You are standing in the victory already won at the cross. You break chains not by shouting alone, but by standing in the authority of what Jesus has already accomplished. There is also joy in this calling. Imagine the generations after you: children, grandchildren, spiritual sons and daughters walking free because you chose to stand. Imagine them living without the fear, shame, or bondage that haunted your family for so long. Imagine your name being remembered, not as one who repeated cycles, but as one who broke them. This is your legacy. This is your inheritance. The breaking of chains is often invisible at first. Do not judge the progress by what you see immediately. Seeds planted in one season may bloom in another. What matters is persistence. Every prayer, every act of obedience, every refusal to compromise adds weight to the hammer that eventually shatters the chain completely. Chosen one. Understand that the cost is great, but the reward is greater. You may walk lonely roads, but you walk them with purpose. You may endure heavy battles, but you endure them for the sake of freedom. And when heaven records your story, it will testify, here was one who broke what others could not. So stand firm. Do not bow to discouragement. Do not yield to fear. You are chosen not only for your own destiny, but for the destiny of generations. The chains are breaking. The cycles are ending. And the blessing is beginning. Chosen one. As the chains of generations fall, heaven calls you to walk in the mantle of intercession. This mantle is not optional. It is essential. It is the role of one who stands between heaven and earth, between mercy and judgment, between despair and hope. Intercession is more than prayer. It is identification with the cries of others, carrying them before the throne of God as though they were your own. You have already felt glimpses of this mantle. At times, you woke in the night with an unexplainable burden on your heart. At times, you wept without knowing why. At times, you thought of a person suddenly and could not shake the urge to pray for them. These were not coincidences. They were evidence that heaven has marked you as an intercessor. The intercessor is not one who prays casually, They pray until heaven responds. They do not stop when tired. They do not yield when delayed. They do not faint when opposed. Their prayers are not weak whispers, but fiery arrows piercing the unseen realm. Their words shift atmospheres, break chains, and summon angels to war. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of your intercession. You may feel small, hidden, unseen. But when you pray, the unseen realm shakes. Demons tremble when you whisper heaven's words. Angels move when you declare God's promises. Regions are influenced when you cry out in faith. You are not speaking into the air, you are speaking into eternity. The scriptures remind us in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 22, verse 30. I looked for someone among them who would build up the wall and stand before me in the gap on behalf of the land, so I would not have to destroy it. But I found no one. Do you feel the weight of this? God looks for intercessors. He seeks those willing to stand in the gap. And you, chosen one, are his answer to that search. Intercession is costly. It requires time, energy, and often tears. It means carrying burdens that are not your own. It means wrestling in prayer for those who cannot or will not pray for themselves. It means feeling the heart of God for the broken, the lost, the rebellious. Sometimes it will break you, but in breaking you, it shapes you into a vessel through which heaven pours mercy. Consider Abraham interceding for Sodom, pleading with God to spare the city, if even a few righteous could be found. Consider Moses interceding for Israel, even offering his own life in exchange for theirs. Consider Jesus, who even now intercedes at the right hand of the Father for those who follow him. The mantle of intercession is heavy, but it is also glorious. It means you are partnering with heaven's heart. Chosen one, your prayers matter more than you realize. Some of the people in your life are still alive, still preserved, still walking toward destiny because of your hidden intercession. Some storms passed because you prayed. Some accidents were avoided because you cried out. Some souls are closer to salvation because your whispers reached heaven. You may never see the full results in this life, but eternity will reveal the weight of every prayer. The mantle of intercession also teaches endurance. Sometimes answers come quickly, but often they are delayed. Heaven is not ignoring you. Heaven is aligning. Every prayer builds, layer upon layer, until the fullness of time arrives. Do not grow weary in delay. Intercession is not wasted breath. It is seed planted, and seeds always produce fruit when the season is right. Chosen one, you must also understand that intercession is warfare. The moment you pray, you step onto the battlefield. This is why distractions multiply when you try to intercede. This is why fatigue strikes suddenly. This is why your thoughts wander. The enemy fears your prayers because he knows their power. But you must persist. Every whisper carries weight. Every cry pierces the heavens. Every declaration weakens his hold. At times, you may not have words. The burden may be too heavy, the pain too deep. But even then, the Spirit intercedes through you with groans too deep for words. Do not despise those groans. They are pure intercession, bypassing your understanding and aligning directly with heaven's will. In those moments, you are not praying alone. You are partnering with the Spirit himself. Chosen one, take this mantle seriously. It is not a small calling. It is not a side assignment. It is central to who you are. You were chosen not only to shine, but also to intercede. You were called not only to fight for yourself, but to fight for others. Heaven trusts you with burdens because it knows you will not drop them. And do not think your intercession is limited by distance. Spirit transcends geography. Your prayers can reach nations you have never visited, people you have never met, leaders you will never know personally. The mantle of intercession makes you global, even while you remain local. There will be moments when you feel the weight too heavy, when you wonder why you carry so much. But remember, you are not carrying alone. You are yoked with Christ, and His strength is perfect in your weakness. The mantle may feel overwhelming, but the grace that accompanies it is greater still. Chosen one. The world is desperate for intercessors. Wars rage. Families fracture. Nations tremble. And yet, God searches for those willing to stand in the gap. He is not asking for many, He is asking for the faithful. You may feel insignificant, but your whispered prayer can shift history. Never doubt the reach of heaven's ear. So embrace the mantle with humility and courage. Let your prayers rise like incense. Your tears fall like rivers. Your declarations echo like thunder. Stand in the gap. Carry the burdens. Intercede until heaven answers. For this is your calling. This is your mantle. This is your destiny as one of God's chosen intercessors. Chosen one. The mantle of intercession has not only positioned you to pray for others, it has awakened you to a deeper truth. Heaven has assigned you as a watchman. A watchman is one who sees what others do not, who hears the sound of approaching shifts before they arrive, who warns, declares, and stands alert. You are not like the rest, drifting unaware of what unfolds in the unseen. You are awake, vigilant, and marked to discern. This is why your spirit often stirs at odd times. You wake in the night with no explanation. You sense heaviness before events unfold. You feel urgency to pray when others remain comfortable. These are not random moments of sensitivity. They are signals of your assignment. Heaven has placed you on the wall as a watchman for your family, your community, even for nations. The prophet Ezekiel was given this sobering charge, and it still speaks to chosen ones today. The Word of God declares in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 33, verse 7, Son of man, I have made you a watchman for the people of Israel, so hear the word I speak and give them warning from me. Chosen one. This is your call. You are not only a receiver of God's word, you are a carrier of His warnings. Being a watchman is weighty. It means you cannot live unaware. While others sleep spiritually, you must remain awake. While others dismiss signs, you must pay attention. While others ignore conviction, you must sound the alarm. This does not make you superior. It makes you responsible. To whom much is given, much is required. Chosen one. You have already felt the tension of this call. At times, you spoke warnings, but people dismissed you. At times, you saw dangers, but others laughed. At times, you declared truth, but you were labeled dramatic or judgmental. Do not be discouraged. Rejection of your warning does not negate your assignment. A watchman's value is not measured by how many listen, but by faithfulness to the call. Your discernment has purpose. You sense what others overlook. because heaven trusts you with early signs. You notice patterns that appear invisible to most because you were meant to intervene before destruction comes. You carry vision not to inflate ego, but to protect lives. This is why you cannot afford distraction. A distracted watchman leaves walls unguarded, but an alert watchman preserves lives. Being a watchman is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is as simple as praying for a child before disaster strikes, speaking a gentle word that shifts a friend's decision, or sensing the need to fast before a storm arrives. The small, quiet obediences of a watchman often prevent the greatest destruction. Do not despise the subtle moments. Chosen one. The enemy fears your watchman call. If he can distract you, he can weaken your vigilance. If he can weary you, he can dull your discernment. If he can isolate you, he can silence your warnings. But you must not yield. Stand your post. Stay on the wall. Remain awake. For your faithfulness may save lives you will never even know. There is also joy in this calling. The watchman does not only see danger, he also sees promises before they manifest. You will sense breakthrough before it arrives. You will feel joy stirring before celebrations begin. You will see glimpses of answered prayers before anyone else notices. Your call is not only to warn of danger, but also to announce victory. And here, chosen one, is where I invite you to respond. Mark your place on the wall with a prophetic act. Write this number in the comments. 22. 22. This is not casual. The number 2 represents witness and confirmation. By declaring 2222, you are testifying that you accept your role as a watchman, one who bears witness to what heaven shows and confirms it on earth. When you type 2222, you are saying, I stand my post. I choose vigilance over distraction. I choose faithfulness over comfort. I will not sleep while others depend on my watch. This is more than digits. It is declaration. It is a seal upon your spirit that heaven can trust you to see, to hear, and to speak. Chosen one. Remember that a watchman is not perfect. You will not always interpret every sign clearly. You will sometimes wrestle with doubt, but heaven values your faithfulness above your perfection. Sound the alarm, even if your voice shakes. Declare what you sense, even if others dismiss you. Pray what you feel, even if you do not fully understand it. Obedience is the mark of a true watchman. Your position is not glamorous, but it is glorious. Others may overlook you, but heaven sees you. Others may dismiss your warnings, but God honors them. Others may never know the lives preserved because of your prayers, but eternity will reveal the fruit. You are not standing in vain. You are standing in destiny. Chosen one. Let the weight and wonder of this calling settle deep. You are not random. You are not fragile. You are not ordinary. You are a watchman, placed on the wall, eyes sharpened, ears tuned, heart aligned. And because of your faithfulness, many will be spared. Many will be prepared. Many will be awakened. Chosen one. The role of a watchman is not only to warn, but also to declare victory. You are not positioned on the wall just to see danger coming, but also to proclaim the dawn breaking. Too many live with eyes fixed only on threats, forgetting that the same horizon carrying storms also carries light. And you, beloved, are called to be a herald of hope as much as a guardian of truth. Your testimony is a weapon. The stories of your survival, your endurance, your breakthroughs, they are not only encouragement for you, but ammunition for others. When you share what God has done in your life, you weaken the grip of despair in someone else's. Silence keeps chains unbroken, but testimony unlocks keys. Your life is a living scroll that must be read aloud. The Apostle John recorded in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11. They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death. Chosen one. Do you see it? Testimony is not optional. It is part of the victory. The blood secures you, but your story declares it. Your voice makes hell tremble, because every time you testify, you remind the enemy that his schemes failed. Think about how many people need to hear your story. Someone right now is in the very place you once were drowning in despair, buried in shame, or cornered by fear. They need to know deliverance is possible. They need to know freedom is real. And your testimony may be the bridge that carries them from hopelessness to hope. You may think your story is small, but to them, it could be everything. Chosen one. You have often felt resistance when trying to share. Fear whispers. No one will listen. They will mock you. It doesn't matter. That resistance itself is proof of your story's power. The enemy fears your words because he knows their effect. He would rather you stay silent than release the light that sets others free. But heaven says, it is time to speak. This is why spaces like this matter. They are not merely platforms of words. They are places of connection. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are not fueling numbers, you are fueling testimonies. Every act spreads the light farther, ensuring someone else hears what they need at the exact moment they need it. Beloved, when you engage, you are saying, I will not let my testimony die in silence. I will be part of spreading hope. When you share, you carry the torch to someone else, stumbling in the dark. When you subscribe, you stay connected to a flow of truth that continues to equip and strengthen you for the journey. These are not empty actions, they are prophetic alignments. And think of it this way, every engagement is a declaration to the unseen realm. When you click like, you declare, I agree with heaven. When you share, you declare, this word will not be hidden. When you subscribe, you declare, I remain connected to truth. These actions may look small on a screen, but they echo loudly in the spirit. Chosen one, your story has not been wasted. The nights of weeping, the valleys of despair, the trials that nearly broke you, they are not random pain. They are chapters of a testimony that will set others free. You survived not only for yourself, but for those who would one day hear your story and find courage to endure. Do not underestimate the reach of your voice. Even if you never stand on stages or speak to crowds, your words ripple farther than you realize. A single conversation can shift a life. A single post can ignite faith. A single testimony whispered in obedience can alter the course of a soul. Heaven has entrusted you with a story that must be released. And remember this, testimonies are not only about past victories, they are about present endurance. Even if you are still in the middle of your battle, your honesty carries power. When you say, I am still standing, it pierces through despair. When you say, I am still believing, it sparks hope. You do not need a finished miracle to share. You need only faith that God is still working. Chosen one. Heaven delights in your voice. The same God who wrote your story now calls you to declare it. Do not let fear silence you. Do not let shame mute you. Do not let distraction rob you. Speak boldly. Share freely. Testify unashamedly. Your words may be the very lifeline someone else is waiting for. Beloved, pause here and consider how many lives could be transformed if each chosen one released their story. How much light would flood the earth if no testimony was buried? How much despair would be broken if voices rose together? This is why engagement matters, not because of metrics, but because of movement. Every like, every share, every subscription builds momentum for the release of testimonies worldwide. So I invite you, be bold, share your story, let your testimony breathe, and engage here as a sign of agreement that testimonies must not be silenced. Together, we become a chorus of voices declaring the same truth. Darkness does not win. Chosen one, this is your season to rise, not only as a survivor, but as a storyteller. Not only as one delivered, but as one declaring. Your testimony is a torch. Lift it high. Let it shine. Let it burn. And watch as others find their way by its light. Chosen one, the word of your testimony is powerful. But do not forget the weapon of your agreement. Agreement is not passive. It is an act of war in the unseen realm. When you align your voice, your heart, and your declarations with heaven, you release authority that terrifies darkness. Agreement binds what must be bound and looses what must be loosed. This is why the enemy fights so hard to keep you silent. He does not fear your thoughts alone. He fears your words. He knows that when you speak, when you declare, when you confess truth, the atmosphere shifts. Silence keeps chains unbroken, but agreement releases power. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 19, declare, again, truly I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything they ask for, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. Chosen one. Do you see it? Agreement multiplies authority. What one voice begins, two voices accelerate, and heaven seals. Think about the times you have whispered prayers alone. Even those were powerful. Yet when you joined with others, the weight increased. Agreement is a divine law. The enemy knows it, which is why he sows division. If he can keep chosen ones isolated, he weakens their force. But if they unite, if they align, if they declare the same truth, no force in hell can resist. Chosen one, you have carried burdens that were never meant to be shouldered alone. Heaven designed agreement so that your strength would multiply, your voice would amplify, your authority would magnify. This is why it is so important to connect, to declare, to participate actively. Your agreement is not only for you, it strengthens the entire body. Agreement also silences lies. When you speak truth aloud, it dismantles the whispers of the enemy. When you declare faith, it shatters doubt. When you confess life, it breaks the grip of death. Agreement is not repetition, it is alignment. It is your spirit saying yes to what heaven already decreed. Beloved, this is why I call you now to act prophetically. Write these words in the comments. I choose life. Just 3 words. But they are a thunderclap in the spirit. By declaring this, you align yourself with heaven's decree in Deuteronomy, choose life. That you and your children may live, you are saying, I refuse death. I refuse despair. I embrace the abundance of God. I won. When you type, I choose life, you are not typing casually. You are making covenant. You are stepping into agreement with the author of life himself. You are declaring that curses will not dictate your story, that despair will not write your ending, that death will not claim your destiny. Life is your portion, and you embrace it fully. Chosen one, never underestimate the simplicity of such declarations. Heaven does not measure words by their length, but by their alignment. 3 words in faith carry more power than 1,000 spoken in doubt. Do not let the enemy convince you that your voice is too small, your declaration too weak. When your words align with God, they carry eternal weight. Agreement also activates atmosphere. Imagine a room filled with chosen ones, all declaring life, all choosing light, all speaking hope. That room becomes a furnace of faith, a place where miracles manifest easily. Agreement shifts not only individuals, but entire environments. When one voice joins another, heaven leans closer. But agreement requires courage. It means silencing fear of what others think. It means refusing the temptation to remain silent. It means choosing boldness, even when you feel weak. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to agree with heaven in spite of it. Chosen one. Reflect on how many moments in Scripture were marked by agreement. The walls of Jericho fell not when one person shouted, but when the people shouted together. The Spirit fell at Pentecost, not when one disciple prayed, but when they gathered in one accord. Agreement multiplies miracles. Your voice matters in this. Do not think that because others have declared, you do not need to. Every voice adds weight. Every declaration adds strength. Every agreement adds momentum. The unseen realm counts, every single word. When you type, I choose life, you add to the chorus that terrifies darkness and delights heaven. And let this truth settle. Life will respond to your agreement. Dead places in your heart will awaken. Closed doors will open. Faded dreams will revive. You are not merely declaring life abstractly. You are inviting life into every barren corner of your existence. Chosen one. Your journey is shifting. Agreement is the bridge between promise and manifestation. Heaven already decreed your future, but your agreement pulls it into reality. Do not delay. Do not hesitate. Align your words. Align your heart. Align your spirit. Choose life. Declare life. Release life. The enemy will try to whisper that your declaration means nothing. Resist him. He fears your agreement because it is the very key to breakthrough. He trembles not when you think silently, but when you declare boldly. Every word you speak in faith becomes a hammer striking his schemes. So, beloved, rise in boldness. Release your declaration. Add your voice to the chorus. Let your agreement thunder across realms. I choose life. For when you do, heaven responds, angels move, chains break, and destiny accelerates. You are chosen not only to carry life, but to declare it. Do not hold back. Chosen one. Now that you understand the power of agreement, you must also grasp the depth of consecration. Consecration is not simply avoiding what is wrong, it is setting yourself apart wholly for God. It is the separation of your heart, mind, and body unto a higher calling. It is the acknowledgement that you are not your own, you were bought at a price, sealed for a purpose, and marked for glory. Too many confuse consecration with mere discipline. Discipline restrains, consecration transforms. Discipline can stop you from doing harmful things. But consecration changes your desires altogether. When you are consecrated, you do not merely resist darkness, you crave light. You do not merely avoid sin, you hunger for holiness. Consecration is not forced abstinence, but joyful alignment. Chosen one. Consecration explains much of your loneliness. Why certain relationships could not last. Why certain paths felt blocked. Why certain desires never brought peace. It was not that you were cursed, it was that you were consecrated. You cannot live as others live because your life is not your own. You were set apart, even before you understood it fully. The Word of God declares, in the book of Leviticus, chapter 20, verse 26, "You are to be holy to me because I, the Lord, I am holy, and I have set you apart from the nations to be my own." This is your identity, not one you chose for yourself, but one heaven decreed over you. You belong to God, and that belonging shapes everything about your journey. Consecration is not glamorous. It often feels costly. You will say no to things others embrace freely. You will walk away from what others cling to. You will guard your words, your thoughts, your actions with unusual vigilance to those around you. It may seem extreme, but to you, it is survival. A consecrated life cannot afford compromise. Chosen one. Think about the Nazarites of old. Their vows were visible. Their lives were distinct. They could not drink what others drank, cut what others cut, touch what others touched. Every part of their being shouted, "I am set apart." Likewise, your consecration may not always look the same, but it carries the same weight. It makes you visibly different, unmistakably marked. This is why temptation often feels heavier for you. The enemy knows that if he can taint what is consecrated, he can dull its power. He does not fight as fiercely against those who blend into the world, but he wages war against those who stand apart, because their very existence testifies that holiness is possible. Your consecration is a weapon, and that is why it is attacked. Consecration also unlocks clarity. Many wonder why they cannot hear God clearly, why his whispers seem faint. But chosen ones discover that purity sharpens hearing. The less noise in your spirit, the clearer his voice becomes. The more you set yourself apart, the more heaven reveals. Consecration creates capacity for revelation. Chosen one. You may feel the weight of this call pressing on you now. Perhaps there are areas you have compromised, places where you blended in, habits that dulled your edge. Do not be condemned. This message is not condemnation, but invitation. Heaven is calling you deeper, urging you to embrace the consecration already written over your life. The process of consecration is daily. It is not a one-time vow, but a continual choice. Each morning, you decide again, "I am set apart." Each decision, you remind yourself, this path is narrow for a reason. Each temptation, you declare, "I belong to God." This daily consecration shapes your destiny step by step. And know this, consecration is not only about abstaining from evil, but also about being filled with glory. When you empty yourself of distractions, you create space for His presence. When you release what is unholy, you make room for what is holy. Consecration is exchange lesser for greater, temporary for eternal, flesh for spirit. Chosen one. The cost of consecration may feel heavy, but the reward is immeasurable. You will walk with unusual authority. You will carry presence that others cannot explain. You will release words that pierce hearts, not because of eloquence, but because of purity. You will stand unshaken in storms, because your foundation is not mixed, but solid. The world does not understand consecration. It mocks holiness as outdated, labels purity as weakness, dismisses devotion as fanaticism. But heaven sees it differently. In heaven's eyes, consecration is beauty. It is strength. It is glory. Angels recognize it. Demons fear it. And God delights in it. Chosen one. Let your consecration be your crown. Wear it not with pride, but with reverence. Guard it fiercely, not out of fear, but out of love. Let it guide your steps, shape your choices, and mark your identity. For you are not random, not common, not ordinary. You are consecrated, set apart for the King of Kings. So walk boldly in this truth. Do not apologize for your standards. Do not shrink your light to blend in. Do not dilute your devotion to appease others. Stand apart. Shine brightly. Live holy. For this is who you are consecrated, chosen, and forever His. Chosen one. Consecration leads you into another profound reality, the mystery of hidden seasons. Not every moment of your life is meant for public display. Some of the most important work heaven does in you happens in silence, in obscurity, in places where no one sees and no one applauds. These hidden seasons are not punishment, they are preparation. You may have felt frustrated by them. You saw others advancing, shining, celebrated, while you remained in the shadows. You wondered if heaven forgot you, if your gifts would ever be recognized, if your prayers would ever manifest. But hiddenness was never neglect. It was strategy. The seed must be buried before it can grow. Chosen one. Hidden seasons strip away false motives. When no one sees, you cannot perform for applause. You cannot live for approval. You cannot depend on recognition. Hiddenness purifies your heart, forcing you to live for an audience of one. It is in these silent chambers that authenticity is forged, and only authenticity can sustain destiny. The psalmist David knew this well. Long before he stood before Goliath, he stood in fields with sheep. Long before crowds sang of his victories, he sang alone to God with a harp. Long before he wore a crown, he wore humility in secret places. His hidden season was not wasted. It was the very foundation of his kingship. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 6. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. Do you see it? Heaven is attentive to your hiddenness. What man overlooks, God treasures. What others dismiss, He records. Hidden seasons also protect you. Exposure before time can destroy. Visibility too early can crush. Many long for platforms, yet their roots are shallow. The weight of recognition without the depth of character leads to collapse. Hiddenness is mercy. It strengthens roots so the fruit can endure. It ensures that when you rise, you will not fall. Chosen one. Think of how much has been forged in your hidden seasons. You learned patience when doors stayed closed. You learned endurance when prayers felt unanswered. You learned trust when provision came quietly. Without recognition, these lessons could not be taught in the spotlight. They required the silence of obscurity. Do not despise the small. Hidden seasons often disguise themselves in ordinary routines. Daily faithfulness in unseen tasks becomes training for extraordinary assignments. Every unnoticed prayer, every unseen act of kindness, every quiet sacrifice builds muscles of obedience. When the season shifts, you will find yourself prepared for things you never imagined. Hiddenness also deepens intimacy. Without the noise of crowds, you hear the whisper of God more clearly. Without the distraction of applause, you discover the sweetness of His presence. In hidden seasons, God is not silent. He is close. He molds your heart, sharpens your discernment, and reveals Himself in ways the spotlight could never offer. Chosen one. The hidden season will not last forever. Seeds do not remain underground eternally. There comes a time when what was buried bursts forth, but the timing belongs to heaven. Do not force yourself into visibility before your roots are ready. Prémature exposure produce fragile fruits. Wait for the appointed time, and when it comes, no power in hell can keep you buried. Reflect on Joseph, betrayed by brothers, forgotten, in prison, unseen for years. Yet in a single moment, the hidden man became a public leader. His obscurity was not wasted, it prepared him for governance. The humility forged in prison became the wisdom he used in the palace. Without hiddenness, he would not have endured exposure. Chosen one. Your hidden seasons are treasures. They may not feel glorious, but they are sacred. They shape your character, protect your purpose, and anchor your faith. Do not rush them. Embrace them. For when the unveiling comes, you will look back with gratitude for every unseen moment. The enemy tries to use hiddenness to whisper lies. He says, "You are forgotten, abandoned, invisible." But those are distortions. You are not forgotten, you are preserved. You are not abandoned, you are sheltered. You are not invisible, you are hidden for a purpose. Heaven knows exactly where you are. And heaven is the one who holds the calendar of your unveiling. Chosen one. Let hiddenness humble you, not break you. Let it refine you, not discourage you. Let it remind you that you are not defined by platforms or applause, but by obedience and intimacy. You are not chosen because of visibility, but because of destiny. So walk faithfully in the hidden place. Pray when no one hears. Worship when no one sees. Obey when no one applauds. Heaven records every moment, and in time, the God who sees in secret will reward you openly. Your hidden season is not the end. It is the foundation. It is the soil from which fruit will spring, the training ground for battles ahead, the classroom for wisdom eternal. When the unveiling comes, you will not tremble in fear, for you will know you were forged in silence for glory in sight. Chosen one. The silence of hidden seasons gives way to another reality you must embrace, the testing of fire. Every chosen vessel passes through it. Fire is not a punishment, but a purifier. It consumes what is temporary and reveals what is eternal. It strips away the excess, melts away the impurities, and leaves behind only what can endure. Without fire, calling remains fragile. Through fire, it becomes unshakable. You may already know this fire well. It appeared in the form of betrayal that burned through trust you thought would last forever. It came as loss that scorched your heart with grief. It came as delays that felt like flames of frustration. And yet, though you passed through fire, you were not destroyed. You came out different, leaner, sharper, purer. The scriptures declare in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people. And they will say, the Lord is our God." This is not poetic symbolism. It is the process of the chosen. Fire is proof of belonging. Refining is evidence of identity. Chosen one. Think of how fire has already marked your life. In the seasons where everything you leaned on was burned away, you discovered what cannot be destroyed: faith, hope, and the love of God. In the moments where illusions crumbled, you saw truth more clearly. In the trials that left scars, you also found resilience you never knew you had. Fire both hurt and healed you. Do not despise the fire. Though painful, it carries purpose. It exposes what is counterfeit and strengthens what is authentic. It teaches you to cling to what lasts. It burns away fear of man, dependence on things, and illusions of control. Fire leaves you stripped, but also free. It reminds you that your foundation is not possessions, relationships, or platforms. Your foundation is God alone. Fire also reveals capacity. Many think they cannot endure until the flames test them. Then they discover an endurance that surprises even themselves. The fact that you are still here, still breathing, still standing, is proof of capacity revealed by fire. What was meant to consume you has only confirmed your resilience. Chosen one. Fire is not permanent. Flames rise and fall, but their effect remains. You are not meant to live forever in the heat of trial. Seasons of fire are temporary, but the purity they produce is eternal. The gold that emerges from refining never returns to ore. Once purified, it remains pure. So too your spirit after fire once tested. It carries a strength that cannot be reversed. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Babylon. They were thrown into the furnace, yet not a hair was burned. The only things destroyed were the ropes that bound them. The fire set them free while leaving them whole. This is the mystery. Fire consumes bondage but preserves destiny. The very flames you feared are the ones liberating you. And remember this, you are never alone in the fire. The fourth man walks with you. As he did with them, his presence does not always remove the flames, but it ensures the flames cannot consume you. You may feel the heat, but you will not be harmed. You may walk through the furnace, but you will not walk alone. Chosen one. The fire also prepares you for responsibility. Platforms without refinement produce collapse. Influence without purity produces corruption. Authority without humility produces destruction. Fire ensures that when you rise, you will not fall to pride or compromise. It engraves humility into your spirit, wisdom into your choices, and compassion into your heart. Reflect on how much compassion has been birthed through your fire. Before trials, you may have judged others quickly, but after walking through your own flames, you carry tenderness for those who suffer. You no longer dismiss their pain because you know the weight of your own. Fire teaches empathy as much as it teaches strength. Chosen one, you may still feel the flames around you now. Perhaps you are in the middle of refining, wondering when it will end. Take courage. Fire is never aimless. It is carefully measured by the hand of the refiner. He allows only what is necessary, never more than you can bear. Always with purpose in mind. You are not forgotten in the furnace, you are being fashioned in it. And when the fire ends, you will shine. Gold does not protest the fire once it sees its own reflection shining back. Likewise, you will look back and realize the flames that once terrified you were the very tools that revealed your true glory. You will not resent the fire, you will thank it. Chosen one. The testing of fire is not your destruction, but your distinction. It sets you apart, proving that you are not fragile clay, but purified gold. It silences doubt, strengthens faith, and confirms identity. When others see you, they will see resilience, purity, and glory, not because of your strength, but because of the fire that shaped you. So, do not run from the flames. Do not curse the heat. Embrace the refining, for soon the fire will fade, but its work will remain, and you, beloved, will emerge as living proof that chosen ones may walk through fire, but they never burn. Chosen one. The journey of fire and hiddenness leads to a truth that crowns your story. You are unstoppable. Everything in your life until now has testified of this reality. Every storm you endured, every betrayal you survived, every delay you overcame, every fire you passed through, all of it has proven that nothing can halt what heaven has decreed. You are not fragile. You are forged. You are not easily broken. You are unshakable. The enemy has tried endlessly to convince you otherwise. He whispered that you were weak, pointed at your scars as evidence of failure, and magnified your battles as proof that you could not last. But he underestimated you. What he saw as weakness became your training. What he meant for evil became your strengthening. What he hoped would bury you became the very soil that grew your resilience. Chosen one. Unstoppable does not mean untouched. You have felt pain deeply. You have cried until your body shook. You have questioned, wrestled, and staggered beneath the weight of trials. But the proof of your unstoppable nature is this: every time you fell, you rose again. Every time you were struck, you healed. Every time you were delayed, you found a way forward. The scriptures declare in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 8 and 9, "We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." This is your testimony. You have been pressed, but never crushed, struck, but never destroyed. The fact that you are still here is living proof of heaven's unstoppable decree over your life. Chosen one. The reason you are unstoppable is not because of your own strength, but because of the one who dwells within you. Human willpower alone cannot endure what you have faced. Flesh alone cannot carry the weight of your battles. The Spirit of God inside you has been your strength, your anchor, your endurance. He is the reason you remain standing. Look back carefully at your story. How many times should you have quit? Yet you continued. How many times should you have lost your mind? Yet peace held you. How many times should you have died? Yet life preserved you? These are not coincidences. They are evidence of divine power sustaining you, testifying that you were never alone. Unstoppable also means uncontainable. Systems tried to box you in, but you overflowed. People tried to define you, but you outgrew their labels. Circumstances tried to limit you, but you broke through. The chosen cannot be confined, because their destiny exceeds the cages others build. You were created to expand, to overflow, to rise beyond boundaries. Chosen one, the future will not be free of battles. Darkness will still resist. Obstacles will still rise. But you will face them differently now, because you know your nature. You no longer fear defeat because you have seen too many victories. You no longer doubt survival because you have already endured the worst. You no longer question your worth because scars have become your crown. The unstoppable nature of the chosen is not arrogance, it is awareness. You are aware of who you are, of what you carry, of who walks with you. That awareness changes how you move, how you speak, how you fight. You no longer live as though easily defeated. You live as though destined to win, because you are chosen one. Your life itself is prophecy. When others look at you, they see proof that perseverance is possible. Your survival preaches louder than any words. Your endurance declares that storms end. Your resilience testifies that fire refines but does not destroy. You are a walking sermon of hope, a living altar of victory. The enemy hoped your silence would erase your influence, but your very existence speaks. Every step you take, every breath you breathe, is a reminder that darkness failed. You are not just surviving, you are thriving. You are not just moving forward, you are advancing with purpose. You are unstoppable, and that reality terrifies hell. Chosen one. Take this to heart. Unstoppable does not mean you will never feel weary. Even the strongest warriors need rest. Even the brightest flames need tending. The difference is that weariness cannot hold you. Rest cannot paralyze you. And setbacks cannot stop you. You may pause, but you will always rise again. So walk boldly into the next season of your life. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for your strength. Do not downplay your resilience. You are chosen to shine, chosen to endure, chosen to prevail. The path ahead may still hold battles, but it also holds crowns. And those crowns are not only for you, but for generations after you. Your story is not random. It is not wasted. It is not over. Everything you endured was preparing you for this moment, the unveiling of your unstoppable nature. The world will see. Heaven will rejoice, and hell will tremble. For the chosen cannot be crushed, silenced, or destroyed. They rise, they shine, they conquer. Chosen one, hear this final truth. You are unstoppable not because of what you have done, but because of what God has decreed. His word over your life cannot be revoked. His calling cannot be cancelled. His purpose cannot be undone. As long as He lives, and He lives forever, you remain unstoppable. Chosen one, you have reached the end of this journey. But in truth, it is only the beginning. Every word you have heard, every truth you have carried into your spirit, every revelation that has pierced your heart, these are seeds. And seeds were never meant to remain dormant. They are meant to grow, to multiply, to bear fruit that transforms not only your life, but the lives of those connected to you. You are not the same as when you began. The weight of destiny has settled deeper. The fire in your bones burns stronger. The oil of endurance flows freer. And the truth of your chosenness has become undeniable. You are no longer one searching for purpose. You are one walking in it. You are no longer merely surviving storms. You are commanding them to be still. You are no longer bound by fear or shame. You are standing boldly as heaven's representative on earth. But, beloved, let me remind you, chosen ones do not walk alone. You were never designed to carry this calling in isolation. Part of your strength comes not only from the Spirit within you, but also from the community around you. That is why I ask you now, with all sincerity, to stay connected. Do not let this word end here. When you like this message, you are not just pressing a button, you are saying, I agree with the truth spoken over my life. When you share, you extend this word like a lifeline to someone else who may be drowning in silence, waiting for confirmation that they too are chosen. And when you comment, you are sealing the revelation in your spirit by declaring it openly. These are not casual acts. They are prophetic gestures of alignment and agreement. And subscribing, that is more than staying updated. It is saying, I refuse to drift away from this flow of truth. I choose to remain connected, to keep hearing, to keep being sharpened. Chosen ones do not train in isolation. Armies grow stronger when they march together. Subscribing is your way of marching with this army of light, of standing shoulder to shoulder with others who carry fire. So, I ask you, as one who has poured out this word, let us not let it fade. Like this message to agree with heaven, share it to extend the torch into the hands of others. Comment your affirmation as a sign that you have heard and embraced the truth. Subscribe, not as a formality, but as a prophetic act of connection and commitment. Chosen one, you have carried heavy battles, but now you carry greater authority. You have endured long nights, but now you are stepping into brighter days. You have been refined in silence, but now you will shine publicly. And as you move forward, never forget, this journey is bigger than you. It is about nations tied to your obedience, families tied to your breakthrough, generations tied to your endurance. The world may try to tell you otherwise. Voices may still rise against you. Darkness may still resist. But your destiny remains sealed. You are unstoppable. You are unshakable. You are unbreakable. And nothing, no storm, no chain, no weapon, no fire can erase the decree written over your life. So, go forth with courage. Rise with boldness. Speak with authority. Shine with glory. And let your very life testify to this eternal truth. You are God's chosen one, set apart for such a time as this. And as you do, remember to take action, even here. Engage, not for vanity, but for victory. Your like is agreement. Your share is evangelism. Your comment is declaration. Your subscription is covenant. Together, we build not just words, but movements. Not just moments, but legacies. Chosen one. This is the end of the script. But it is not the end of your story. In fact, it is the threshold of the next chapter. Step into it fully, and may every word spoken over you become life, light, and lasting transformation.